Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. We are reading with the crew, episode 67.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Jack61, and welcome everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Dr. Silkman. I'm calling from relatively sunny Adelaide, but I hear that there's some big nasty storms in the US happening at the moment. Is that right, guys?
You have to talk to
That
Susan
is
about that and Kay.
And Susan,
That is right.
yep,
Horrible
yeah,
tornado outbreak. Yeah, it's just insane.
yeah. Look, fingers crossed that everything is okay. That would be very, very, very scary. Pray to God that everything subsides. And yeah, so guys, look, welcome. Today is a special episode of Reading with the Crew. Our play team weren't really going to do this, but a lot of people requested us to do the reading of the response done by Joshua Call and also by Lisa Kumpfer that was recently filed. And this really goes hand in hand with the Reading with the Crew series that we have been doing. The timing is just absolutely spot on. Now, as you know, guys, we deep dived into the chapter by John Ferak, New Witnesses Emerge, and this filing goes hand in hand. And so what we're going to do today is a bit of a special podcast, not too in-depth. Hopefully it won't take too long. But a lot of people have requested that we do read this response, especially in light of what's been happening recently. I know, and Jack61 will, I'm sure, say a couple of comments. There's been a lot of activity on social media, especially on X, Twitter, discussing many aspects of the case. Especially here. Why is this so relevant? Why is it so important? Essentially, it's discussing the new witnesses. And we're talking about Tom Baresh and Tom Sawinski. And there's been a lot of arguments and debates, especially on social media, about the validity of the observations of both Sawinski and Baresh, and also others. These two eyewitnesses weren't the only ones that have seen the RAV4. But what's so important about these two witnesses, as you already know, guys, is that they have specifically named Bobby Dassey. And as you know, Kathleen Zorner has presented Bobby Dassey as a viable third-party Denny. So we're going to discuss all of that in today's reading. Welcome, everyone. But first of all, guys, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panel. Jack61, how are you today, good sir?
Done pretty good. We're more fortunate than what's going on in the middle of the country, south towards Susan and Kay. But it's pretty nice. They're probably kind of like what you're experiencing, but doing good. And just a brief second about you talking about social media and what's going on X. It's for those of y'all that don't have a Twitter or X account. I won't say run out and get one, but if you want some entertainment, I guess for entertainment value, it might be worth it. But it's been pretty interesting, the questions with Mr. Ken Kratz and the various other things that have been said. He's not really answering questions, not really. There's just a lot of things going on that you just gotta wonder, like, what the hell, man? If you're going to answer questions, then answer them. If you don't, why did you say you did? I don't get it, but it's been an interesting what going on now. 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that, Doc.
This has been. I think so. Yeah, I think so. There's most definitely a lot of activity occurring in the background. It's very interesting the levels of discussions. So it's a very interesting place at the moment, Jack61, that is for sure.
Yeah, and I got a lot of questions, and this. I talked about this last week on the open mic, just briefly, and they're trying to explain the fact that Kratz did approach us, but I didn't know who he was for sure. I mean, I suspected it was him, I didn't know. And for me to question and say, look, I need your identity verified, like I'm the bad guy. And, this is the internet, people. You just, and there was just no way I was just going to subject us as a group to someone I wasn't 100% convinced was him. Why would I do that? They could come along and, answer a bunch of questions. We post them, read everything out online if we agree to do it. And then they come along and say, ha, stupid, this is the internet and you believed me. I'm not doing that. Anyway, got a lot of feedback from that, good, bad, and indifferent, and I'm okay with it. I won't apologize for demanding that someone identify themselves. I think that if the shoe's on the other foot, I think someone else would do the same thing. I would think. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, judging from the discussion on X, I think we made the right choice.
I think so. Yeah.
I think we did.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jack61. Next we have Katie. Katie, welcome. How are you coming along?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Just watching the weather all day. We've had 4 systems dodge us to the north, and one of them, we had a tornado warning and actually went to the shelter, which is not something we usually do.
Yeah.
But get in for the rest of the evening of that, but looking forward to the podcast for a distraction.
Yes. Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you so much and welcome. Next we have Neverly. Neverly, welcome. How are you coming along? Any tornadoes in California?
Thank you, Dr. Silkman. Hello, everybody on the channel and in the chat. No tornado in sunny California, no tornado, hurricanes, or anything like that in Neverly Hills. Actually, we have a sunny day, which is a first for a long while. I know that it sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about, but we had April showers and gloom. So, April showers for May flowers.
Yes.
But I'm really happy. Actually, there's sunshine. I'm like, oh, what's this? So, yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Great to see you here, Neverly. Welcome. Next we have Susan. Susan, how things coming along?
Yeah. I've been a nervous wreck all day. Just the anticipation these tornadoes will be in the path probably about 8 o'clock tonight and then all night long. So we've got our nasty little basement already to crawl into if necessary. But I don't like tornadoes.
No.
They make me very nervous. So anyway, I'm same as Kay. It's a good distraction here.
Awesome.
Stay strong, girls. Stay strong. I'm sure it's nerve-wracking. Sure.
Yep.
If I hear any sirens, I'm out of here. If you see me disappear.
Oh my gosh, Dorothy.
Totally understand. All the very best, Susan and Katie and everybody. Hopefully the storms they'll just subside. Thank you so much. And next we have I don't recall. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everybody, and welcome to a special edition of Reading with the Crew.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And like I said, my name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm calling from a nice sunny South Australia. Welcome. So, guys, we're not going to waste any more time. The only thing that we request, please, is that please be civil in your comments. And today, as I said, we're going to be reading the brief that was written by Joshua Call and Lisa Kumpfer. And this was filed on the 4th of the 15th, 2024, using US time, of course. And the title of the brief, I'll just read it out, is entitled Appeal from an Order Denying a Wisconsin Statute 974.06, motion entered in the Manitowoc County Circuit Court, the Honorable Angela W. Sukiewicz presiding, and it's entitled Brief of the Plaintiff Respondent. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're just going to read. We're going to take some breaks. We're going to have discussions. We're probably going to start on page 6, I reckon, Jack61. The first material is just a preamble, and then it really starts getting into the arguments of the case. Jack61, do we have a copy of this in our library? on our website?
I'm not sure if Zoe's put it in there yet, but I will make sure that she gets a copy and she can put it in there.
Yep. So for students who want to study this a little bit further, hopefully it'll be available on our website. So we'll start on this page here. So guys, we need some reading volunteers. Who would actually like to make a start? Who would like to commence reading this?
I'm up for it if no one wants to read yet, and
Yep.
I can hand it off.
Yep.
I can do it too. I'll help you out, Jack, whenever.
Awesome.
Okay. Well,
So when there's a natural break, guys, what we'll do is we'll stop. We'll have a discussion. So remember, if you guys have got a question in chat, put a Q, and we'll try and answer your question either in situ or at the end of the podcast. Thank you so much, guys. Jack 61, whenever you're ready, good sir.
okay. Just 1 second here. Okay. There we go. All right. Issue presented. Did the circuit court properly exercise its discretion to deny defendant appellant Stephen A. Avery's third Wisconsin Statute 97406 motion without holding an evidentiary hearing because his claims of newly discovered evidence were insufficiently pled and refuted by the record? The circuit court issued a thorough opinion fully explaining the numerous failures in Avery's motion to plead facts that would meet the legal elements of his newly discovered evidence claim and show that they weren't otherwise defeated by the existing record. It properly exercised its discretion in denying the motion without a hearing. This court should affirm. Statement on public oral arguments and publication. Neither oral argument nor publication are appropriate. This case deals with the application of a well-settled law to the facts, which are adequately addressed on briefs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we go on, so just to give people a background here, as you know, Kathleen Zona has put in recent filings naming Bobby Dassey as a viable third-party Denny suspect, right? And in the chapter that we've been doing, reading with the crew, we've gone into a lot of detail. So essentially what Judge Angela Sukowitz is saying, no. You haven't meant all the prongs, the Denny prongs. So hence, Bobby Dassey is not a viable third-party Denny. Go away. And so essentially here we have the arguments by Kaur and Kumpfer basically affirming what Judge Angela Sukowitz has written. Guys, would you agree, or what are your comments?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that pretty much nails it.
I agree with you, Doc, but not with them.
I don't agree with them.
Correct. I mean, you got to understand really what's at stake here, right? This is absolutely deadly serious. So, and we're going to go into it with the filings. So it's important to keep in the back of your minds that they want to prevent Kathleen Zona from having an evidentiary hearing, full stop.
At all costs.
At all costs. Yeah. And it's interesting that once we get into the paper and the arguments, you can see the logic behind them, right? Continue at Jack 61, unless anyone's got any other comments.
So everybody want me to read this footnote? It talks about the Brady. It was actually highlighted at the very top, but
yeah, probably no need. Probably no need.
Okay.
If people want to deep dive into all the little footnotes and things like that, hopefully we'll make it available in our library, and you can definitely read it.
Awesome. Oh yeah, well Zoe, as soon as I put it up there in the little room we have, she gets them popped in there real quick. So.
Yep. Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason.
Yeah. All right. Introduction. Avery has once again misunderstood the pleading standards and the scope of the court's review. He simply attempts to convince this court that his latest defense theory, pinning the murder on Bobby Dassey, has merit. And in his appellate appellate brief attempts to cure the pleading failures in his Wisconsin Statute 97406 motion identified by the court. Accordingly, Avery says much about why he believes the defense is viable, but almost nothing about the sufficiency of his pleading below. The only issue before this court is whether Avery pled sufficient non-conclusionary facts within the four corners of his third section 97406 motion to entitle him to a hearing. The circuit court correctly concluded he did not meet this burden. Avery's motion again contained nothing more than conjecture and unsupported speculation, and even assuming any of it were true, it did not establish what he claimed. He failed to show that he could meet the Denny test as to Bobby Dassey, and he failed to even try to explain how there was a reasonable probability of a different result at trial if he offered it. As this court explained previously, key to any 97406 motion are sufficient non-conclusionary showings why the claim has facial merit. These requirements are not optional and cannot be met by broad conclusions or by misstating evidence. Broad conclusions and misstatements of the evidence are again all Avery provided. Though the circuit court appropriately exercised its discretion in denying Avery's motion without a hearing. And there's footnote 3 down there. Yeah. Go ahead.
Do we have any comments so far?
I can't read the comments online, but I don't have any.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious the way it's been summed up there by Call and Kumpfer.
Oh yeah.
Their argument is actually very, very simple. The filings done by Kathleen Zollner have no merit, do not deserve to go forward. She's not to have a evidentiary hearing. But if you notice what they said, they believe that the arguments or the evidence that Kathleen Zollner has now would not change the outcome of any trial.
Right. We're barely into it. They've already kind of said it both 2 times, and we're barely into it.
Correct. Which is very interesting. Susan, do you have any comments about that?
Sorry, Doc.
I was going to say, yeah. Oh, sorry, Susan.
I've been watching the tornado radar.
Sorry. No. That comes first.
I'm distracted.
Not at all. Not at all. The question really was, and also to other members of the panel and in chat, the way this has been structured, it's quite clear they do not want Kathleen Zollner to progress at all.
Nowhere near a hearing.
Yeah,
we've known that for the last 3 97406s.
Yep. Correct.
Ever since he was convicted. I mean, yeah. Finality.
Yep. Finality. 100%.
Absolutely.
Okay, Jack 61, would you like to continue?
Absolutely. All right. Statement of the case. This court has reviewed the underlying facts of this case multiple times, so the state will not relay them in detail here. The state instead provides this overview of Avery's post-conviction litigation. The state charged Avery with first-degree intentional homicide for the 2005 premeditated murder of Teresa Halbach. The case proceeded to a 5-week jury trial at which Avery's defense was that law enforcement was biased against him and planted the evidence to implicate him, which the quote-unquote real killer exploited to also plant evidence on the property. The jury found Avery guilty, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Avery moved in 2009 for a new trial on the basis of structural trial error, erroneous exclusion of Avery's attempted Denny defense implicating several alternative perpetrators, including Bobby Dassey, and ineffective assistance of trial counsel. The circuit court held a hearing and denied the motion. Avery appealed, and this court affirmed. In 2013, Avery, pro se, filed a Wisconsin Statute 97406 motion, again requesting a new trial. The circuit court appointed counsel to investigate some of Avery's allegations. As a joke. Avery, after counsel informed the court that he could find nothing substantiating them, Avery's motion was denied and Avery appealed. That appeal was voluntarily dismissed after Avery filed a motion in the circuit court to conduct scientific testing on some of the physical evidence, and later filed a new 97406 motion in June of 2017, raising a host of new claims. There, Avery stated that, quote, only one person as a third-party suspect, end quote, and that was Halbach's ex-boyfriend. The circuit court denied... Yep, go ahead.
Hilgers.
Yeah, Hilgers. That's right. Yep. The circuit court denied the motion, and after 5 further motions seeking to vacate that order and adding new claims to the original motion, including a retooled argument that he could establish a third-party perpetrator defense, that Dassey was the plausible killer, were all rejected. Avery appealed. This court affirmed, finding the vast majority of Avery's claims procedurally barred, and those that were not barred insufficiently pled to warrant a hearing. Roughly a year later, Avery filed yet another Wisconsin statute, the 97406 motion. This time, he claimed that a purported new witness, Thomas Sawinski, made allegations amounting to either newly discovered evidence or a Brady violation. Specifically, he claimed that for the third time, he could meet the Denny test as to Bobby Dassey, based on Sawinski's averments that he saw 2 individuals pushing a vehicle similar to the victim's car down Avery Road on November 5, 2005. After the state responded, Avery amended his motion multiple times, including filing an affidavit from another supposed witness, Thomas Baresh, claiming he observed Bobby Dassey with a car similar to the victim's on November 5, 2005. The circuit court denied the motion. It found that Sawinski's information was discovered after conviction and that Avery was not negligent in seeking it, but that Avery failed to plead the facts establishing its materiality. To meet that burden, Avery had to show that Sawinski's information would allow him to meet the Denny test, and what Avery alleged failed to meet any of the prongs. Thus, he necessarily could not show a reasonable probability of a different result at a new trial. It found Baresh's affidavit similarly lacking in facts that would link Bobby Dassey to the perpetrator of the crime, and also insufficiently accomplished by the facts showing that Avery was not negligent in seeking or investigating it. Avery appeals.
Can I just
Yeah, of
chime
course.
in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Going back to the when he was procedurally barred.
Yep.
I think that is a big problem in our court system.
It is.
To stop relevant evidence simply because procedurally it can't be looked
Considered. Right. I agree.
can't be considered.
1,000%.
That needs to go away.
It's a technicality.
That it's a technicality that is just wrong.
I totally
It makes no
agree.
sense to me.
Yeah, 100% agree, Susan. Jack 61.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's their arguments put forward are very, very simple. So essentially what they're saying is we don't actually care that 2 witnesses has come forward. In fact, there are multiple witnesses who have seen the RAV4 off the property. We don't care. We don't actually care that Sawinski and Baresh have named Bobby Dassey as being associated with Teresa's RAV4 or with a RAV4. We do not care. if you can't establish Bobby Dassey as a viable third-party Denny, the affidavits of Baresh and Sawinski are irrelevant. That's
Well,
their argument.
another thing, Duck, and you guys can talk about it, that they completely left out is the phone call that Sawinski made on November 6th.
Yes, in fact, the argument, and I think we're going to read it a bit later on, the argument is that they can't establish what was talked about on the phone call on November the 6th. So it's part of the ether, right? So it's like exactly like the voicemail message on the Zipper's answering machine. We don't have it. We've lost it. We've got no access to it. So hence we can't refer to it. That's the legal argument here with a phone call done by Sawinski on November the 6th. Well, what did he say? We have no evidence of him having a discussion with anyone. That's the way they've argued it.
We do, though. I mean, his girlfriend attested to it. Signed an affidavit.
Correct.
To
That's
hearing
right.
the phone call.
That's
Correct.
right.
Yeah.
That's 100% correct. But it goes back, if I'm permitted to go back to 1985, right? When all this shit show really started for Stephen, it's the same type of arguments. When Stephen was arrested in 1985, when the officers went to his house and arrested him, when he was taken to jail, he was not permitted a phone call. And the logic of Kacerik was, well, if he phones up, he can establish an alibi with his wife. Because they are family members, they're naturally going to protect Stephen. So he wasn't permitted to call his family. And you have the same type of theme all the time, and that's why it's extremely frustrating. And as Susan said, you've got these very cleverly constructed legal arguments, which is really, really bizarre. So the final outcome, and then I'll stop, was that in 1985, despite him having 16 material witnesses, alibi witnesses, the argument put forward was that they were all lying and they were protecting Stephen.
That's right.
The same type of arguments now, Jack 61 and everyone, are being used now. So this is truly remarkable whereby you have multiple independent witnesses that have said, hey, look, I've seen two guys with a RAV4 either close or pushing the RAV4 onto the Avery salvage yard several hours before Pam Sturm found it. The state is arguing, we don't care.
Right.
So if you can't prove that Bobby Dassey is a viable third-party Denny, if you can't satisfy all the Denny prongs, even just one, Baresh, Sawinski, Ramlo, they all disappear. They're not interested. So Jack 61, the bar is set, and everyone on the panel and in chat, the bar is set unbelievably high. No one can pass it.
Well, that's what was going to be my question is, just how high can the bar be set for Stephen Avery or, prisoner XYZ? Just how high can and I think that, Kathleen and others actually out in the community have talked about how high this bar's been set for Stephen Avery. We've not even gotten into Brendan. I mean, Brendan's just a political prisoner as far as I'm concerned, but.
Oh, that's correct. But the upshot, guys, is that what affects Stephen will affect Brendan, right? So
Right.
What is important, and we'll discuss it as we read the brief, is that neither Baresh or Sawinski have named Stephen Avery or Brendan Dassey as being associated with the RAV4 that they saw. And I understand and I agree with Susan. Eyewitness identification is not very, very good. They could have made a mistake. But quite clearly, you can see that the criteria set out by the state regarding the Denny prongs is so high, it's almost impossible to achieve.
Absolutely.
Right? And as we'll see when we read the brief, you can see that you must prove absolute specificity when you're talking about the pawn searches, when you're talking about the RAV4, when you're talking about the possession of the key and the electronics. The court's argument is elegant. Unless you have a video or someone directly observing Bobby Dassey doing these things, the court is not interested. Quite clearly, the person that can resolve all of this is either Bobby himself or the second male that allegedly was with him. And what do you think the likelihood that that second male is going to come forward and say, yeah, I'm the one pushing the RAV or driving in the RAV?
Right.
The answer is 0.
One more question before we continue reading, and just posing this for everyone, not just here on the panel. I'm talking about everyone listening. Is what the motivation here? Looking at motivation for Sawinski, even Baresh, to stick their neck out. What are they getting out of this except for a hard time? They're not getting a damn thing. Nothing.
No,
Nothing.
The amount of argument and vitriol on the social media platforms is just off the charts.
It is.
A lot of people have talked about things on Reddit, on X, and other social media platforms, immediately trying to debunk both Baresh and Sawinski, basically trying to take them apart. And I believe that the only proper way to do this is in front of a judge. Now, as we discuss, and I'm sure I don't recall will back me up on this, an affidavit is a legal statement. It's a legal document. It's meant to represent the truth. Yeah. You might have to zoom out, Jax, this one. I can't see anybody else on the panel, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I wanted to give you a little highlight there, Doc, because you had the floor.
Thank you so much.
So, but yeah, I mean, as we've said before, an affidavit, and Shree certainly is more than welcome to respond, but an affidavit is to be accepted as truth until it's proven otherwise. Does that sound about right,
the court,
Shree?
Yeah.
I'm not Shree. Go ahead, Shree.
I'm sorry, Everly.
No, I was just going to say, yes, I agree 100%. So that's all.
Yeah. I think, unless anyone's got a comment, I think what we really have here is finality, protection of the verdicts at all costs. Now, I understand that the criminal justice system, to do a trial, to do appeals, is very, very time consuming and involves a lot of money. I don't think I have to tell anyone, but if you've ever watched a program called The Jinx, which is involving Robert Durst, what he was able to get away with was only because he had enough money, A, to post bail, and B, to get the best of the best to present a defense which involved murder and dismemberment of his next door neighbor, and he got found not guilty.
Oh my goodness.
He took the head.
He took the head, correct.
It's crazy.
Thank you for mentioning that. For everybody that is not obsessed with the Jinx and Robert Durst, the life and deaths of Robert Durst, right?
Correct.
I just wanted to say that season 2 has come out last Sunday. So there was a first episode on Sunday, and tomorrow is the second one. So fourth, there's 6 in the new season, and it's excellent.
Yeah,
that's on
it's on Max.
It's a Max.
Okay.
It's a Max.
Yeah,
I to die for.
Yep. I urge everyone, if you haven't seen The Jinx, it really is a lesson in how someone with a very, very high profile and also with a lot of money can hire the best of the best and literally get away with murder. And the jury found him not guilty, and they're still defending that decision today.
Yeah,
and
it's crazy.
Robert Durst was one of the vilest human beings. A psychopath is a compliment to him. I don't know what goes, what's the next level of a psychopath, like deranged individual, right? However, he was collared. He was a learned man. and very articulate, very smart, super intelligent, and
Yes.
cunning.
And
Nothing.
had money. And had money.
And had money. Nothing like Stephen Avery. Nothing like Stephen Avery. So
No.
Stephen Avery couldn't come up with the shit that it was said by the state.
Oh, correct. 100% correct.
He could not have.
Although Stephen Avery had notoriety because of what was happening with the bill that was being named after him, and also the fact that he had a civil deposition going on. Because a lot of people forget, remember, he was in the midst of a $36 million civil deposition, a lawsuit, and the two individuals that were going to face the music never did, both Kacerik and Vogel. And we have read Mr. Kratz's book, and Mr. Kratz often talks about the fact that Stephen Avery was regarded as a local hero in the community. So this was a big fish for Mr. Kratz. This particular trial here involving Stephen Avery was a very, very big trial. It's interesting the strategy used here by the state in order to completely block Kathleen Zellner. But again, if you haven't seen the Jinx, you must. It really is quite frightening and shocking.
Yeah, it's really good too. Really well done.
Extremely.
Anthony Hills said something. He said, I thought the assertions made by the eyewitnesses had to be taken as true. And that's correct, Anthony. We just discussed that. He goes, therefore, an evidentiary hearing is mandatory before the court decides whether they meet the Denny. And that is really infuriating. How could they say how could they make a decision without a evidentiary hearing? If the affidavits are to be taken as truth.
Well, they're not
I don't
taking this
understand
truth. They're just saying it's not true. It's blah blah blah. So the court doesn't need to hear anything. Okay, goodbye.
Correct.
Well, they're saying even if they are true, that it doesn't make any difference. Basically.
No.
And how would they know what the jury would say if they knew these facts? How would they know that? Right. That's why you need to have
an evidentiary hearing.
Yeah.
An evidentiary hearing, correct.
Well, I mean, we've all read through the transcripts, and a lot of people listening have too. And can you imagine them playing a string, beating a string, playing that call? And Baresh is there, and he says, yeah, that was me calling. My girlfriend I told her about it, or she was with me, whatever. She heard me make that call. And also, two people, again, we can just leave names off of it because it doesn't matter. Anyone that had possession of that damn car after she's reported missing, you got a problem. I don't know any other way to see it.
Yeah, it is a massive problem, but you can quite clearly see they do not want to introduce these problems or issues in front of a judge.
No.
The whole argument that they're putting forward now is that they're saying that, I'm sorry, Ms. Zellner, but you haven't actually proved that Bobby Dassey is a viable third-party Denny. If you haven't sufficed all the Denny prongs, I don't care about Sawinski. Right. I don't care about Baresh. I don't care about Ramlo or anybody else who saw the RAV4. The argument put forward is that, well, maybe they were helping Stephen and Brendan to bring forensic evidence, damning forensic evidence back to the salvage yard.
Okay. Correct. Then why didn't they go after them in that case?
Yep, that's accessory.
Why didn't they go after Bobby? He's an accessory then, too. Well, if he was helping his uncle Stevie.
Because the argument put forward there is that they are removed from the actual murder. So the question put forward by the state is, the argument put forward by the state is, well, we attest that Teresa Horbach was murdered by Stephen and Brendan Dassey. What happened after? We don't care.
Don't care. Yep.
If the state was serious, they potentially could have named Bobby Dassey back then as a co-conspirator. Correct?
Yes, that's right. He was
If they
there.
wanted to. Because
Yeah.
Bobby Dassey was exactly where Stephen Avery was. Same place, same time, and they saw the same person, Teresa Hallmark. Stephen
The
Avery.
last person who saw Teresa alive. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Stephen Avery remained behind because he was seen by his brothers and others at work, whereas Bobby Dassey left. So the argument could have put forward was, so maybe these two murdered Teresa Hallmark and Bobby Dassey took the body somewhere else, right? So they could have mounted an argument, ridiculous as it may sound, they could have mounted a very effective argument to name Bobby as a co-conspirator, right? Now, the counter argument, well, hey, look, there's no forensic evidence pointing to Bobby Dassey, which then brings in the argument, there's no forensic evidence tying Brendan Dassey either, right? And remember we presented that in the Reading with the Crew episode, how the same criteria is put forward to make Brendan guilty, but to make Bobby Dassey innocent. The same set of criteria about the lack of evidence. So you are treading a minefield here, which the state don't want to entertain.
No.
All right. Continue. Would someone like you want to continue, Jack 61, or get somebody else to read? What would you like to do?
I can read another page or two, or if somebody wants to take it, they're more than welcome.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Argument. I guess that's one. It looks like an I, but I think it's supposed to be one. Anyway, Avery failed to plead sufficient facts in his motion that would meet the newly discovered evidence standard, even if true. A. Standard of review. The circuit court may deny a post-conviction motion without a hearing if the facts alleged, quote, do not entitle the movement for relief, or if one or more key factual allegations in the motion are conclusionary, end quote, State v. Allen. Sufficiently plead a post-conviction motion, the defendant must present within the four corners of the document the who, what, where, when, why, and how. That would entitle him to relief he seeks. I lost my place. Okay, there it is. More speculation presented as fact is a conclusionary allegation and insufficient. When evaluating the sufficiency of a pleading, the court reviews, quote, only the allegations contained in the four corners of the defendant's post-conviction motion and not any of the additional allegations that are contained in the defendant's brief, end quote. A sufficiently pled motion, however, is not enough to require hearing. An evidentiary hearing is not mandatory if the record as a whole conclusively demonstrates that the defendant is not entitled to relief, even if the motion alleges sufficient non-conclusionary facts. We talk about some word salad there. Oh my God!
But not only that, their argument is, we don't give a stuff if you have sufficiently pled, have the sufficient evidence. It doesn't mean that we're going to allow you to go in front of a judge.
Right.
So it's sort of like, it's an oxymoron. Even if you have the correct, if you've satisfied the requirements, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a hearing in front of a judge. Did you see what it said? Even if true.
Yep. They don't care.
How can you progress? How can you proceed?
You can't. This is the big roadblock right here.
Yep.
So that's that paragraph right there. Sufficiently pled motion, however, is not enough to require a hearing. Well, if you got two people that are saying, "Hey, I signed an affidavit that I saw what I saw," and the state is saying, "Well, we don't care. They've not proven that these affidavits are not true at all." They don't care.
No. Okay.
All right. This court will uphold the circuit court's findings of fact unless they are clearly erroneous. Whether a defendant's post-conviction motion on its face alleges facts which would entitle a defendant to relief, and whether the record conclusively demonstrates that the defendant is entitled to no relief, are questions of law that an appellate court reviews de novo. And it says State v. Sulla. B. The circuit court did not err in evaluating the materiality prong of the newly discovered evidence test through the lens of Avery's attempts to establish Bobby Dassey as a third-party perpetrator. Avery begins with another argument based on an unsupported conclusion he posits as fact. He claims the circuit court improperly found the materiality of Mr. Avery's newly discovered evidence is exclusively contingent upon its satisfaction of the Denny test, but instead should have considered whether Sawinski and Beresh's affidavits were independently material, arguing they rendered the forensic evidence introduced against Avery at trial unreliable, because Bobby was a third-party perpetrator suspect. Man, that's a more word salad. He then claims a third-party suspect had possession of Miss Halbach's vehicle. Numerous areas of reasonable doubt arise. There are two problems with this argument. First, it is circular. Avery assumes the conclusion he has to prove that he meets the Denny test as to Bobby to support his claim a third-party suspect had possession of Miss Halbach's vehicle, in turn making Sawinski's information material. But that assumes that he met the Denny test in the first place. Without the first establishing Bobby as a potential third-party perpetrator, Sawinski's and Beresh's claiming that they saw Bobby with a car similar to the victim's 5 days later is irrelevant and meaningless.
Right. So just stop right there.
Yeah.
That's their argument right there.
I'll go back up.
Yep. That if you reread that again,
Yeah.
the last sentence, that's their argument right there.
Yep. They're saying you didn't prove Bobby was a Denny, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Yep. So it is a very, very clever argument that if you can't meet all the Denny prongs, if you knock over one of those Denny prongs, then I don't care. The state is saying, I don't care what Beresh or Sawinski saw. If you can't establish Bobby as a viable third-party Denny, then I don't care. So remember...
But this is the connection part of it, access. So,
But
go ahead.
But their argument is, was he there? Yeah, he was there. He definitely was there. But he had no motive. Their argument is, well, yeah, okay, there were pornographic searches on the Dassey computer, but you can't prove exclusivity. You can't rule it out, but you can't prove exclusivity, which meant there was a lot of bad stuff on the computer. Child pornography, torture porn, a whole lot. But you try and prove it that it was Bobby Dassey and only Bobby Dassey viewing that material. And it's very hard to do. And the argument was, well, okay, Bobby was there at these times. I think they argued that there were 3 searches that potentially could have been exclusive to Bobby. The court's argument, the state's argument was, come on, there's only 3 searches. That's not in quote, a voracious appetite. So if you can't prove motive, i.e. the pornography, the downloading of that material had driven Bobby Dassey to commit this murder, then you knock off one of the Denny prongs. If you knock off one of the Denny prongs, well, it means that Bobby's not a viable third-party Denny. Okay, Beresh and Sawinski, we can knock them out. We can completely ignore the fact that they saw Bobby with Teresa's RAV4. That they don't care. In that statement right there.
Right. But it's really strange that even Kratz said that, Avery's case was a circumstantial case. Even though, there's this argument broke out on Twitter, and I had to kind of chuckle about the RAV being where it parked where it was, that Avery was getting ready to crush it.
Yes.
I just shake my head at that argument. Well, when was he going to do it? Well, he had made plans. He's going to come back and see Jody, and somehow sneak over right quick,
Yep.
I guess, to the Avery salvage yard and smash it. But
Yep.
that didn't make any sense because it takes hours to prep a car. Hours.
It does. And put it this way, and we'll continue reading in a second. The moment the news reports came out that Teresa Horbach was a missing person, all bets are off. The chance the chance for Stephen Avery to have crushed the vehicle was over. Would you agree?
Yep.
Why?
Absolutely.
Because there were hundreds of volunteer searchers searching all around the property. There were law enforcement searching for Teresa and her RAV4 all over all around the Avery salvage yard and other locations. Law enforcement stepped foot and spoke directly to Stephen Avery, and I think it was Remaker and Lenk went directly inside Stephen Avery's trailer.
That's right.
Now, think about this. Potentially, that if we just have a look in the where your cars are, we just want to make sure that, Teresa Horbach's vehicle just accidentally wasn't placed. So in other words, the point is this: the moment Teresa Horbach was reported missing, Stephen Avery lost control of all the forensic evidence. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
What? And think of this ridiculous argument. Stephen left to go to Crivets. He left the property. He didn't say to Earl, hey, look, don't worry about it. I'll look after the place. You take it easy. I'll look after the shop.
Right.
He left. So Stephen
That's
Avery had left. What did Stephen say? The moment the RAV4 was discovered, his whole place at Crivets was inundated with law enforcement officers.
Yep.
Parked their vehicles up and down the driveway, around the corner. They had eyes on him, his family, what they did. Plus, remember what the searchers did? Well, we found Teresa's car, but we haven't found Teresa. We're continuing our searches.
Yep. Well, and not only all the law enforcement and the volunteer searchers, you just have regular people on the property buying parts.
Yep. 100% correct. So the other big problem is that there was a flyover on November the 4th by Drum, Pagel, and also Baldwin.
Yep.
Now, there's a big argument on X. Well, the RAV4 was well hidden and et cetera, except when you look at the flyover video, as the camera pans towards where the RAV4 was,
it's not there.
No, it's not there. I checked all the frames. The RAV4 is not there, but there's a splice right there.
That's right.
Right? And so we showed that Drum flying his plane, if he flew parallel or over the southeast corner, boom, he had a clear view of a double parked car. And even though there was instruments or items placed on the RAV4, you can still see the RAV4
spare tire cover.
Spare tire cover. You can see the color. You can see the shape. There's no doubt. If the state had an image of the RAV4 on November the 4th, it would have been presented in 2007.
That's right.
Yep. And now the state is stuck because the argument is, and I've heard Mr. Kratz, he goes, oh, that's the full video. That's no editing. That's the full flyover video.
Really?
Give me a break.
Really?
Jesus.
What about that? Was it Fallon? Who his email when he said, "Where is that? The rest of the video? I want to get Kathleen off my back," type of thing.
We need to get that to work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people are saying that's the original video that was working, and they made copies, and now it's not working again.
Yeah, bullshit. I call bullshit.
Yep.
Another
thing that I find. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
As a reminder, Brendan Dassey was convicted on, was he there and did he help? Right? Those were
Yes.
Mr. Kratz's words.
Correct.
Yep.
Well, how come Bobby? They didn't go after Bobby. Was he there? Yes, he was there. They say themselves. And did he help? Well, Andrew says, yes, he did help. He was helping Uncle Stevie.
Yep.
Yes. Yes, correct.
Very, yeah.
But not only
This-
that, 2 people saw him in possession of the RAV4. That's not good.
And the same standards are not applying.
No. No.
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. But for Bobby, Bobby was a very important eyewitness for the state because he saw Teresa Horbach arrive, and he saw Teresa taking 1 or 2 steps towards Stephen's trailer, and hence after that, Teresa disappeared. So the conclusion that Mr. Kratz and everybody else wants you to do is Teresa was killed by Stephen and Brendan. And the important thing is this: we mustn't forget, the argument is neither Teresa nor her RAV4 left the property.
Yep. That's right.
And now, when you have multiple eyewitnesses who don't know each other saying, no, I saw a RAV4 at the turnaround, right? And it was reported by Ramlow and not presented to Strang and Beauty. No police report was written. Whether he had spoken to Colburn or another officer, it was never written up. But what is
I'll always go back to, it's not what the jury heard. What the jury based their decision on is not that Rab being off the property.
Correct.
That's
or
right.
being in possession of anyone else.
No, correct.
No.
100%
But
correct.
the court keeps saying the same thing. And even Mr. Kratz in the recent tweet, he said that in his opinion, and the court says that all of this new evidence would not change the jurors'
Yes.
mind. How
That's
would they know?
Well, that's
In
what,
my
I think
mind, it
that's
would.
oh, no doubt.
yeah.
No doubt. This is explosive information, because remember, if back in 2007 they were able to subpoena Seglob, they're able to present Baresh and also Sawinski at the trial, and they would have argued it, of course, and also subpoena Seglob. So, right, what did he say to you? Where's the phone call?
Yeah.
This would have been, and also to subpoena Valley to do the analysis on what was on the computer.
Yes.
I believe the jury would have listened to all that and go, oh, that can't be good.
You're right.
That can't
Exactly.
be good. But the state are arguing, no. It wouldn't have changed anything.
I think it would have.
It would have changed it.
Yeah, I think it would have changed. It would have been a big question mark at minimum.
Oh, no doubt about it. And then when you factor in where the cremains were found, that some of the bones were actually found in Yonder Burn Barrel number 2, which belongs to the Dassey family. Oh, this is starting to get very, very complex. And that's why Mr. Kratz absolutely did not want to talk about any of the cremains in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, because it made the case much more complex, much more convoluted.
He didn't. Yeah, he couldn't have the jury thinking about anything off that property. No way.
No, correct. All right. Shall we continue, guys?
Yep. Here we go. Sawinski's information cannot be material if untethered from a viable third-party perpetrator defense claiming Bobby killed the victim, because there is zero probability that a different result would be reached at trial based on arguments that Bobby could have planted the forensic evidence simply because Sawinski saw him pushing a car down the road. Unless he could argue that Bobby killed the victim, Avery would have to make a context-less allegation that Bobby planted all the evidence against him with no explanation of how or why Bobby would even know the victim was dead or where her car was located, let alone any viable explanation why Bobby would be sneaking around, placing her items and remains on his uncle's property and mopping up Avery's blood and nonsensically his touch DNA to frame him. And Avery still conveniently fails to account for the bullet with Miss Halbach's DNA on it that was shot from the gun in Avery's position and found in Avery's garage. You see how badly, how much
Very manipulative.
well,
deceiving.
this
Very.
failed disastrous test that Willis allowed into court. This is disaster.
Yes, but it goes to show the importance of the argument here. Everything that they've written down here, we can take apart very, very easily. But notice the talking of Ida Mafel.
Yes.
According to the trial, Ida Mafel is the truth.
Yep. That's right.
The way they've presented it, they've ignored Dr. Chris Palinek's analysis of Ida Mafel, basically debunking it that it's complete bullshit. But according to their argument, Ida Mafel is legit. In other words, it is the bullet fired from the rifle in Stephen Avery's bedroom, hanging above his bed. That rifle fired Ida Mafel. Ida Mafel was found in the garage. Ida Mafel contains the DNA of Teresa Halbach. That's the truth, which means, so you're now claiming Bobby Dassey did this. So where's he going to get the gun from in order to shoot Teresa Halbach in the head in the garage and then dispose of her body? So do you see the fallacy of their argument?
Well, and not only that, you notice how they didn't say that bullet killed Teresa, but they added it. They
this thing, okay, you have a bullet, you have Teresa's DNA. How did the DNA get on the bullet? Sorry, Mr. Avery, you can't get away with this. So unfortunately, I think, hasn't Ida Mafel been procedurally barred now?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Which means, oh, goody, Ida Mafel is in play.
That's right.
Yep.
Disaster. Just a disaster.
It is a disaster. Correct.
Okay. This unbelievable proposition would not raise any doubt about Avery's guilt with any reasonable juror, so the circuit court properly recognized that Sawinski's allegations are not materially independent from Avery's attempt to meet Denny. The only issue here is thus whether Avery provided sufficient facts in his motion to show he could establish Bobby as a possible third-party perpetrator. Second, Avery's argument on this is based purely on conjecture, with none of the necessary facts supplied that would establish what Avery concludes. Again, Bobby was not the state's primary eyewitness, no matter how many times Avery declares it. Bobby established only that Miss Halbach arrived at the Avery salvage yard on October 31, and that he saw Miss Halbach walking toward Avery's trailer before she disappeared.
Now, hold on. Yep. I have to make the comment. So did Stephen Avery.
Yep.
So That's did right. Stephen Avery. Stephen and Bobby Dassey observed the same thing.
Yep.
Do you get it? They observed the same thing. They both saw Teresa arrive, right? They both saw Teresa taking pictures, right? And in one of the affidavits, Stephen Avery goes, yeah, she started to walk towards my property. I got out of my property and I went to meet her, paid her. She went to her car, gave me the magazine, and she took off. And I went back inside. So they both said the same thing, right?
That's right. But Stevens doesn't count.
No, Stephen does not count. Correct. But the implication is clear. Teresa Halbach never left the Avery salvage yard. Her RAV4 never left the Avery salvage yard. And Teresa must be in Stephen Avery's trailer held against her will. Correct?
That's right. Okay. The state called over 14 citizens, 16 law enforcement witnesses, and 12 forensic scientists who explained the enormous amount of evidence pointing directly to Avery as the killer. And they were all far more material than Bobby, Over half of Bobby's direct testimony was just identifying photos of the property. Avery fails to explain how attempting to impeach Bobby's testimony about seeing Miss Halbach arrive on October 31 with Sawinski's purported evidence would have even been achievable, let alone would have turned the tide at trial. Avery's affidavits establish only that Sawinski and Baresh believe that they saw Bobby and some other person with the RAV4 on November 5, 2005. As the circuit court correctly observed, Avery then speculates this means Bobby must have been in possession of Miss Halbach's RAV4 5 days after the murder, and therefore he must be the killer, and the backfills with speculation about the record from that perspective. The circuit court properly rejected this unfounded speculation as insufficiently pled.
Now, let's unpack that for a second, right? So they're saying this. Okay, Bobby Dassey, he's not really that much of an important witness. We got all these forensic scientists and other witnesses to come forward to analyze the forensic material that was found. But the counter argument is, well, yeah, if someone has planted all this forensic evidence against Stephen, of course they're going to find, the electronics, the cremains, the bullet fragment, etc., etc., etc. It doesn't mean that Stephen placed them there. So if you notice what the state have cleverly done, they're pushing Bobby Dassey in the background.
They're trying to. Not important.
He's not that important. So here we have this very interesting situation whereby 2 eyewitnesses have named Bobby Dassey with the RAV4. Name me one eyewitness that puts Stephen Avery with Teresa's RAV4. Right. Name me one. And if you say Brendan, how many different versions did Brendan give where the RAV4 was?
Seven or 8. I don't know. It's a bunch.
Right? So in other words, you're now starting to get into shaky ground. Here we have 2 eyewitnesses that have named Bobby with the RAV4. Not one person has independently seen Stephen with the RAV4 or Stephen with Teresa together. Not even Bobby saw Stephen and Teresa together. Bobby never saw any violence or any encounter between Stephen and Teresa, right? But you have 2 independent witnesses that say, I saw Bobby pushing the RAV4. I saw Bobby Dassey driving the RAV4. And yet the state is saying, nah, nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. That's right. Drive on.
Yep. Correct. All right. Jack 61, you want to continue or we'll get somebody else to read Part C?
Well, let's get somebody else. I'll take a break.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack 61. Who would like to continue with Part C?
I can do it.
Okay, let's go for it.
Avery's newly discovered evidence claim was multi-layered, requiring application of both Edmonds and Denny. To set aside a judgment of conviction based on newly discovered evidence, the evidence must be sufficient to establish that the defendant's conviction resulted in a manifest injustice. State v. Avery. When seeking a new trial based on the allegation of newly discovered evidence, a defendant must establish by clear and convincing evidence that 1, the evidence was discovered after conviction, 2, the defendant was not negligent in seeking the evidence, 3, the evidence is material to an issue in the case, and 4, the evidence is not merely cumulative. State v. Edmonds. Once those 4 criteria have been established, the court looks to whether a reasonable probability exists that a different result would be reached in a new trial. Here, Avery claimed that Sawinski's and apparently Beresh's later information would permit him to assert a third-party perpetrator defense, claiming Bobby Dassey committed the murder. To establish that it is material, then he must have provided sufficient facts to show that it would permit him to meet the legitimate tendency test articulated in Denny and clarified in State v. Wilson. And to meet the fifth prong of the newly discovered evidence test, he had to provide sufficient facts in his motion to show a reasonable probability that a jury presented with his third-party perpetrator defense would have a reasonable doubt about his guilt. Avery's motion failed to provide sufficient facts that show he could establish either. Thus, the circuit court properly exercised its discretion in denying it.
But don't you find that rather interesting? Echoing what Susan said, how the hell can you reach this conclusion if it's never been tested in front of a judge?
Yeah. Yeah, these judges like to conduct their own evidentiary hearings inside their brain just to get to finality. So
Correct.
BS. Number 1, to claim a hearing on his Denny claim, Avery had to provide sufficient facts to establish the third party had motive, opportunity, and the evidence directly connects them to the perpetration of the crime. To present evidence that a third party committed the crime for which the defendant is being tried, the defendant must show a legitimate tendency that the third party committed the crime. In other words, that the third party had motive, opportunity, and a direct connection to the crime. Wilson. A defendant's offer of proof on these three prongs is insufficient if it merely establishes a bare possibility that the third party could have been the perpetrator. Rather, it's the defendant's responsibility to show a legitimate tendency that the alleged third-party perpetrator committed the crime.
So in other words, right, guys, even if it's shown that Bobby Dassey was a legitimate third-party Denny, you now have to have another hurdle, and I'll read it out. Rather, it is the defendant's responsibility to show a legitimate tendency that the alleged third-party perpetrator committed the crime. So in other words, Stephen had to go up to Bobby Dassey and say, "Did you kill Teresa Hobart?
Did you do it?
Did you do it?
Yep.
Did you do it?"
It's almost as if he has to prove that Bobby did it.
That's right.
Correct.
Which is not the law.
No, but notice what they said, to the discretion, right? To the discretion, which is interesting, because that's what happened to Stephen in 1996 when they went for remember when they did the DNA testing?
Yeah, what Hazelwood did.
Yeah, what Hazelwood did. So they tested the fingernail scrapings from Penny Bernstein, right? I think they looked at just 3 loci, and there were different alleles that came up that didn't belong to Stephen and didn't belong to Penny Bernstein. The judge said, I see the argument by the state. I see the argument by the defense, but in my discretion, I'm going with the state. Stephen, you're going back to prison.
Unreal.
So even though the evidence showed that it wasn't his DNA underneath the fingernails of Penny Bernstein, the judge wasn't willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. And the argument was, well, maybe Penny touched her husband or touched the first responder, forgetting, of course, that you need to scrape someone like your attacker to get the skin cells underneath your nails. No. Judge exercised his discretion. Stephen went back to prison.
Yep, there's another 5-6 years.
Yep.
Man,
Okay.
that's crazy.
Yep.
You ready for me to continue?
Yes, please.
2. Avery failed to provide any facts that would establish that Bobby Dassey had a motive for the murder. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. Wilson. Avery claimed that he pled sufficient facts to establish that Bobby Dassey had a motive to kill the victim because pornography and some gory images were found on the communal computer in the Dassey home. He then claims that the circuit court erroneously required each piece of his proffered evidence to meet all 3 prongs. The record plainly shows that the circuit court did not do that. It examined the evidence he provided for each prong under the test for each prong. And it reasonably concluded that Avery did not supply adequate facts to establish that Bobby plausibly had a motive to commit this crime. Avery again claimed that the pornography found on the Dassey home computer established Bobby could have had a sexual motive to commit this murder. The circuit court found that he did not provide any facts to support that speculation. This is because he provided nothing that would establish, 1, Bobby conducted the searches for the pornography found on the Dassey communal computer, or that he was even at home at the time that the searches were conducted. 2, the searches were generic and broad and did not closely resemble anything about this crime. And 3, the 2 psychological opinions he submitted were based on the assumption that Bobby conducted the searches, which was supported by no facts of record and were produced without any forensic or psychological examination of Bobby himself. Those findings were all supported by the record and not clearly erroneous, meaning the circuit court's legal conclusion that Avery did not plead sufficient facts that could establish Bobby had a motive to commit this murder was sound as well.
All right, can we hold it right there? I want to go through the panel and in chat. I want a yes or no, please. Jack 61, did Stephen Avery have a motive to murder Teresa Hallbach?
No.
Katie?
Nope.
I don't recall.
No.
Susan?
No, and they didn't have to prove a motive.
No, correct. Neverly?
No.
No. Me? No. No motive. But this is where it gets really bizarre. Notice the argument here about the violent and pornographic searches. They can't attribute it to Bobby Dassey, but someone in that household or several of them have downloaded and viewed vile pornography. And if you notice, is anyone from the state at all concerned of that material on that computer? Anyone?
No.
Torture porn, no big deal. Torture porn, who cares?
No, that's what they said.
First time I ever heard it called the communal Dassey computer as well. That's a new one. New term.
Because, Susan.
Well, I think the point is that he could have.
Yes.
He could have made a lot of those searches.
Yes.
The fact that he was there, he saw Teresa, he was on the property, and he's big enough to overcome Teresa if he were to, I mean, he had the means.
Yes. And he had weapons.
Just the fact that he could have done those searches, or had that obsession in his brain with porn and such. To me, that's enough for a Denny.
But not for the
I'm
state.
not saying he did it. It
Correct.
doesn't prove he did anything, but he could have. That's the whole thing with the Denny. It's possible somebody else did this besides Stephen.
Yes, and that's why Kathleen Zellner's got her head in her hands thinking, what more do I have to do? But if you notice that they've now put the onus on Stephen having to prove it. And Jack 61 will back me up on this. The latest argument on X is that Stephen did those porn searches on the desk computer because Stephen informed his attorneys, I think you better check that computer out because there's some nasty shit on there.
Right.
So the argument now is that Stephen, forget about using his own computer, forget the fact that his fiance, etc., etc. He went to the Desi computer and he downloaded the torture porn, the pornography, whereas no one saw Stephen at the computer, and the computer had a password on it.
Well, and he had his own computer sitting right there in front of it.
Correct.
The excuses they come up with, trying to make Stephen guilty, it's just ridiculous.
Correct. So the argument is that Stephen did the porn searches.
In Bobby's bedroom.
In Bobby's bedroom. Correct. Well, Bobby
he had his own computer sitting right there in the privacy of his own home. He's the only one that lives there. But he had to go over to Bobby's bedroom to do them.
Correct. And even Stephen Avery said to Fassbender and Uyghur when he was arrested, hey, look, I went to bed. I looked at a couple of non-violent erotica films, even admitted it. Because, I'm subscribed to that channel. I watched a couple, and so be it. Why is Stephen now, who's got his own computer, going to go to his sister's house and say, oh, excuse me, Bobby, you don't mind if I look at a couple of, If the guy, that's the argument now.
Stephen was in prison for 18 years. I doubt he knew much how to do anything on a computer.
No. He said that,
and it's obvious from his computer that he didn't do a lot on the computer.
No. His fiance, Jody, used to use the computer and do searches, and I think Jody also used the Daci computer as well. But what is interesting is that, remember what Mark Wiegert wrote in his affidavit, and it got published in the newspaper, of what they were expecting to find on Stephen's computer.
That's
what were they going to find on Stephen's computer?
Porn.
Exactly what they found on the Daci computer.
Exactly what they found on the Daci computer. So they're going, we can't put this out in the public. We can't introduce this at trial. We need to give this CD to Fassbender, put it away in your cupboard. Because if it comes out during the trial that this is the type of shit that's present on the Daci computer, oh my God, Bobby Daci saw Teresa arrive, take photos, take a step, and then he left to go bow hunting. This is not looking good. Oh, Baresh phoned up the MTSI on November the 6th and he said such and such. Bobby's toast. I'm sorry, and we're not accusing Bobby of having done anything. But back in 2007, you have to admit, the jury would have been going, mate, this is not what it is. This is not what it is. There's something going on here.
Yeah,
All right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. The record shows that Avery once again failed to supply any facts supporting his contention that Bobby conducted these searches. As this court noted previously, the mere fact that Bobby could have been at home when some of these searches took place fails to establish anything about who actually conducted them, and Avery cannot rely on his computer experts or anyone else's speculation on what Bobby's schedule might have been on those days, but speculation based on the timestamps from a fraction of the searches and some generic statements about the home's occupants' usual schedules were once again all Avery provided, with no actual facts about Bobby's whereabouts on the days and times the searches were conducted, nor anyone else's who may have had access to the home. As this court already explained, the existence of the searches is not a fact that would establish Bobby was even in the house at those times, let alone that he was the person using the computer or accessing these images. And Avery's broad generalizations about what the other Dassey family members' typical schedules were does not suffice either.
So if I could just butt in there for a second. So the court's argument is this: unless there was a video camera behind Bobby Dassey or an eyewitness that wrote down the time, the websites, and what was downloaded, hands off Bobby. That's their argument. Yes, there is all this stuff on the computer, but since Stephen was not able to conclusively show specificity, all bets are off. No motive.
Avery's own submitted exhibit showed that there was no evidentiary support for his allegation that Bobby had a motive to commit this crime. The bulk of the searches for pornography or gory material that Avery relied on to allege motive had no relation to this crime and either occurred on a weekend when anyone could have accessed the computer or occurred after 3:45 p.m. on a weekday when Blaine indisputably also had access to it. Nor did Avery account for the fact that Michigan School District had spring break from March 24th, 2005 to March 30th, 2005, meaning Blaine and Brendan and anyone they invited over also could have been in the home on weekdays during that time. And from April 7th, 2006 to April 18th, 2006, meaning Blaine at least also had access during those weekdays.
Isn't it interesting how the one name keeps on popping up? Blaine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of the 128 searches listed, only 28 of them occurred between 7 a.m. and 3:45 p.m. on a weekday. Moreover, of those 28 searches, only 3 of them occurred before Miss Halbach's murder, 2 at 8:15 a.m. on Tuesday, September 13th, 2005, and 1 at 7:45 a.m. on Thursday, September 15th, 2005. Even accepting Avery's unsupported speculation that Bobby was the only person who could have conducted the searches during the time frame, Avery failed to explain how Bobby Dassey's only possibly having searched for pornography a mere 3 times before Miss Halbach's murder is sufficient to show he was a voracious violent pornography consumer on October 31st, 2005, who was thus spontaneously motivated to abduct and kill a stranger on site that day
Can I
because of it.
just
Yes.
Oh my God. Can I just
Yes.
puke in a bucket?
Yes.
You know, they're the fact that they're saying these images do not they don't show the same type of crime that happened to Teresa. Well, the
Yes.
fact is, they don't know what happened to Teresa.
No.
They have no idea how she was killed or where
No.
she was killed
No.
or what day she was killed.
Correct.
They don't know. And trying to say that none of these related, that's the word I was trying to think of, none of these searches related to what actually happened to Teresa, we don't know that. They don't know that. Nobody knows.
No. But don't you find this incredible? Let's compare both computers, Stephen's computer and the DASI computer. Now, understand the DASI computer is a communal computer, which means that multiple people had access to it. But Bobby was there at a certain time frame because he came home from work. He said that he allegedly went to sleep, but he would have been home by himself. His brothers, apart from when they had a spring break, etc., they were at school. His mum was at work. So he had real exclusive control of that computer. On Stephen's computer, there is none of that pornographic material. They searched it. None of it. Now, on the DASI computer, there is. But notice what the state said. Look, we can potentially attribute 3 of those searches to Bobby because it occurred in the time frame when only he was home. But the argument is, that's not a voracious appetite for that type of pornography. And they even said, and I'll read it, what's going to cause a voracious, it says here, he was not a voracious violent pornography consumer on October the 31st, who was thus spontaneously motivated to abduct and kill a stranger on site that day because of it. And yet, on Stephen's computer, there is none. So what, repeat, caused Stephen to spontaneously be motivated to abduct and kill a stranger on site the day because of it? There was nothing on his computer. So how did Stephen get motivated to commit this horrendous crime on someone that did nothing to him? And yet on the DASI computer, there's all the fuel available to potentially be affected by that pornographic material and commit a violent crime. What type of argument is the state having here?
Maybe Stephen was just escalating from the cat.
From the cat. Well, that's what Judge Willis said. Your crimes were escalating, except Judge Willis forgot that Stephen got exonerated for the crime on Penny Bernstein. So it wasn't escalating. So, guys, what's going on here?
Well, they're protecting Bobby at all costs.
You got it, in essence, correct. They are protecting their star witness because they know that all this incriminating information is on the DASI computer in terms of a form of a motive. You've had psychologists, guys from the FBI who've dealt with these cases time in, time out, said, hey, someone looking at all this stuff has got a much higher tendency to commit a sexual assault. This could have simply been some type of sexual assault that went too far. You know what I'm trying to say? Went too far.
Possible.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep. That went too far. Right? And you've got this crazy situation whereby on Stephen's computer, there's nothing. And yet on the DASI computer, there is all this information there. But what they're doing is they're shielding Bobby from it. And so now the onus is on Stephen to prove that those 3 porn searches were enough for Bobby to have committed murder. How are you going to do that?
Oh, man.
All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Avery now claims this was an erroneous finding by the circuit court because several searches took place on September 18th, 2005, which is uncontested. That lends no support to his contention that Bobby was the only person who could have conducted them. However, because September 18th, 2005 was a Sunday, the entire family and any guests that would sorry, I just lost my place. That would have been available to perform them.
Their argument is because it was a weekend, it's not exclusivity.
Right. Moreover, to support this contention, Avery points only to his inadmissible police procedure expert, Greg McCrary's belatedly offered unqualified opinion that Bobby made the September 18th, 2005 searches and that they were evidence of sexual paraphilia. Avery offered not one shred of factual support for McCrary's statement, nor anything showing McCrary has the relevant credentials to offer it. Indeed, he still fails to point this court to any evidence he submitted to support that statement. Avery failed to support his allegations in his motion with sufficient factual particularity to establish anything related to Bobby Dassey or even to a crime. There were no timestamps given for the searches Avery pointed to in Detective Veely's report, and no explanation of how any of them are relevant to an individual's motive for this murder. Most of them are generic and mundane. The mere fact that someone searches for news.
Yep, news.
Body, journal, and cement doesn't show anything similar or related to this crime. Yeah, like Susan said, we have no idea. Avery failed to provide any facts that would connect even the actual pornography searches to anything that occurred here. Someone searches for ghetto sluts and has no relevance to this crime whatsoever. As this court previously observed, despite Avery's insistence that this pornography is similar to what happened to Miss Halbach in this case, there is no support for this conclusion in the evidence on record. There remains none. Avery once again attempts to rest this theory on Dressler versus McCautry, as if it held that any and all pornography consumption establishes a motive for murder regardless of circumstances. Avery's Dressler held no such thing and is not remotely on point. And as a federal habeas corpus case, it is not law in Wisconsin. The state never argued, nor did the court adopt that Dressler held that the pornographic images must be a mirror image of the crime or they have no relevance. It correctly determined that to be relevant, the pornography must have some identifiable similarities to the crime and the facts of the underlying Wisconsin case in Dressler are a vast departure from the facts here. There, the male victim was last seen approaching Dressler's house for political campaign activity. He was assaulted and murdered in an extremely specific and particularly brutal way that included binding, mutilation, and dismemberment. and police found myriad weapons and restraints, along with pictures, magazines, and videos depicting similarly murdered and mutilated victims, and homosexual pornography in Dressler's home. The items were admitted as other acts evidence in Dressler's intent, motive, and plan to assault and kill the victim in that particular manner. But in that case, there was no dispute that the materials were Dressler's, unlike in this case, where numerous people could have been responsible for these searches, and Avery has not provided any facts showing otherwise. And 2, the material found in Dressler's home depicted specific and unusual things that very closely mirrored the brutal crime. Here, however, the searches Avery attempts to rely on vary widely from the obscene to the mundane, with no relation to how Miss Halbach's murder occurred. Indeed, Avery failed to point to a single image or search for someone who was shot and the body burned, nor anything that would suggest that these widely varying types of pornography had any similarity whatsoever to Miss Halbach's murder. And he relied on such irrelevant and off-point searches as MySpace, race car accidents, Ford Tempo car accident, diseased girls, and big woman naked. Additionally, in Dressler, there was no dispute that Dressler owned all of the materials before the murder occurred, and they were deemed relevant to show that he was both homosexual and had a fascination with mutilation and dismemberment, and thus formed a motive, intent, and plan to act out his violent sexual fantasies in this particular manner by the time the victim arrived at Dressler's home.
All right. Before you go on, did Stephen Avery display any of those himself?
No.
Nope.
Did he show a fascination of what was it? Murder, dismemberment, pornography,
Burned bodies.
burn
They-
body?
Yeah, they
No.
certainly didn't find any evidence of that.
No, none. Okay.
And unless it's brought up later, I just wanted to interject this because
Yes.
it needs to be said. They've not mentioned, at least so far, the deletions down on that hard drive.
Yes.
And the images that was it McCreary that found it? I can't remember
Yes.
the guy's name. That found these images. Now they weren't dated, of course, because it's in unallocated space, but he still found them.
Correct. And it coincided roughly when Teresa Halbach had visited the property. So
That's right.
the question is, why were they deleted? What
That's
type
right.
of images were being searched? So basically what you have here is an incomplete record. That's a problem. You have an incomplete record on that computer. But the fact that there were bulk deletions, that to me means it's a deliberate act. All right, what was being downloaded, what was being viewed, that had to be taken off that computer. Interesting.
Here, the material on which Avery relied and actually provided some timestamps for had no similarity or relation to how Miss Halbach's murder occurred, and the vast majority were not made until months after the murder. Avery failed to explain how a motive to fulfill a murderous porn-fueled sexual fantasy can be formed or proven by someone not seeking or viewing any of this non-similar material until months after the murder had already occurred.
But this was explained by the criminal psychologist that people that commit this type of violent crimes, they want to relive it, right? Are you trying to tell me that if someone had were their desires were fueled by this violent pornography, are suddenly going to stop right there? How do you think serial killers work?
That's right.
They
Yep.
keep on reliving the experience. They keep on doing it again. So, I mean, on the one hand, I understand the state. The state is saying, hey, look, any searches that were done after October the 31st, we don't care, are irrelevant. But if someone is affected or influenced by such pornographic material, they're not going to stop, right? They're not going to suddenly just stop right there, right? Often, individuals that are caught with violent pornography, with child pornography, do you think they have one image on their computer?
No.
They've got thousands of images on their computer and they never stop.
No.
So their argument, in my opinion, is quite baseless, right? Just an opinion.
I'm curious if there were continued deletions after the fact, like there were prior.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
I don't know.
That I don't know.
To the extent that Dressler is relevant at all, it shows that Avery did not meet his pleading burden, because a comparison to it shows these computer contents would not be admissible to prove motive if Bobby were the defendant. Other acts evidence and admissible. Other acts evidence is admissible if it meets the familiar 3-part test from State v. Sullivan, requiring it to be offered for permissible purpose, relevant, and that its probative value is not outweighed by unfair prejudice. The latter 2 prongs are not met. Motive is a permissible purpose for introducing other acts evidence, but as explained, none of what Avery presented is relevant to show motive to commit this particular crime. State v. Normington. This court already determined that Avery's contention that these images are similar to the murder of Miss Halbach was false. The pornography and videos of murder and mutilation deemed relevant in Dressler were indisputably Dressler's. They closely tracked what happened to the victim in that case and were collected by the defendant long before the murder occurred. Nothing about an unidentified person searching a communal computer for various types of pornography and pictures of race car accidents or drowning victims months after Miss Halbach's murder occurred shows an interest in anything similar to this crime, nor makes it any more or less likely that Bobby Dassey, or anyone else for that matter, had a motive to shoot and kill Miss Halbach in October 2005. The computer contents are simply not relevant. These
Can you believe that?
they're simply not relevant. Boom. I say no. These searches and images would be excluded as other acts evidence because without some closer tie to the events of October 31st, 2005, their prejudicial value would greatly outweigh whatever minimal relevance they might have and influence the jury to convict, because they believed whomever conducted the distasteful searches must be a bad person.
Neville, do you have any comments on that one? Is maybe Neville stepped aside? I'm not sure. Does anyone have any comments on that?
Well,
Susan.
if they had found those on Steven's computer,
dead in the water,
they would have
He's dead.
completely used them. Yeah.
It'd have been a 180, a complete 180. They would have been extremely relevant. See,
Okay.
told you, he's a sexual deviant. Look at what he's got on his computer.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But did you hear what they just said? They're not relevant. They're
Yep.
not relevant.
So
Dr.
again,
Silkman.
the standards are not equal. Go ahead, Everly.
Sorry, Neverly.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second, couldn't get to it. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb, and please do not hate me and do not come after me. What I'm
Okay.
going to say is just an example of this, what they just said, in a different form. Remember how last week we talked about victimology?
Yes.
And how there's opinions, a lot of opinions that they did not do it, and that there's opinions that they did do it. I happen to believe that they did do the victimology. So just suppose that they found something in Stevens when they did Stevens' profile and history and what he was doing, and they found that he was running with a biker group, that he frequented biker happenings, whether it's drinks and lunch or races or rides, but he was hanging out with the biker dudes. That's one thing. Another thing, imagine if they said, oh, he's a bad biker dude because they have bad reputation and so on and so forth. He also was into taking pictures of nude pictures or having pictures taken of himself being nude, right? If he was exploring to venture into new business of adult entertainment, he would have been everywhere, not only in the United States, but around the world news, because he would have been this just monster. Instead, what did they do to Stephen? They tackled onto the fucking cat and they talked about
Yes.
it ad nauseum, right? What else did they do? They talked about alleged SA, right?
Yes.
To his niece, that is not his blood niece, but she's an underage girl who happened to actually be gawking over Stephen, not the other way around. It started like that. So this just proves, both these examples, that they're going to do everything and anything to either dismiss something that goes into Stephen's or whomever, the defendant. We're not even talking about Stephen here or Brandon. We're talking about a defendant in this particular situation. They will do everything and anything to dismiss, walk away, minimize, and dispute any relevancy that could work into his advantage. So on one hand, they're saying, oh, this porn search, so what? They didn't find anything in particular because it was on Bobby's communal computer, right? Not Stevens. So that's all I wanted to say. That they're swinging left and right to claim, to double down and to protect the verdict and to go for that finality. Whether that's logical or lawful, I don't know. I know that it's not logical. I don't know that it's lawful because I'm not a lawyer. But it seems like they're putting all kinds of stuff in one basket, which is the finality of the case.
Yeah, 100% and beautifully put, Neverly. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. How with Stephen, he's got nothing on his computer that tends to suggest that suddenly he was going to go into a murderous rage, right? So in essence, you have to use his prior crimes to make that leap. Well, he did this and he did this. Of course, he naturally was going to be a killer. But when you find all this incriminating material not on Stephen's computer, but on the so-called communal computer, and remember, Bobby Dassey was a hunter. He knew how to dismember a body in terms of a deer. He had no hassles. Plus, he also had the exact same .22 rifle that Stephen had hanging up in his bedroom. Bobby had the same one, exact same one. Ida Meffel never struck bone. So hence, Ida Meffel was not the instrument of Teresa Halbach's death. It never struck bone, never struck her skull, never killed Teresa Halbach. Ida Meffel can easily be debunked as being a form of contamination at Cherie Cohane's bench. Plus, Jack 61, I'm sure, will tell you it should have never been admissible in the first place. But But they are pattern. You are doing what you said, Emily, is 100% correct. Anything that's potentially damaging to Bobby, you deflect. It's irrelevant. Now, despite all that material, all that violent pornography, underage sex has now become irrelevant. But to echo what Susan said, it's never been put in front of a jury. It has never been heard by a jury. Baresh, Sawinski, Ramlo, never been placed in front of a jury. The Valley CD, the contents of the computer, has never been tested in front of a jury. They want to make sure it never does. It's as simple as that.
Exactly. And let's not forget that we're not talking about Stephen getting at a time and jury what they would find relevant or not, that he was not guilty, but we were talking about a reasonable doubt. And nobody can tell me that with all these affidavits and all the research that was done post-conviction, that a jury wouldn't find a reasonable doubt.
Yes, the state are arguing that it's all irrelevant.
Well,
Everything
of course.
is irrelevant.
Yeah. But of course, and I can see their point because that's their job to do. The state, I'm talking about the prosecutors, but the state, the court, how can they determine what's relevant, what's irrelevant, and what would jury find? They cannot do that.
They can't get into the jury's minds because you have 12 lay people listening to all this information and making a decision. And just before I get Jack 61, here's the clincher, right? Stephen was found not guilty of mutilation of a corpse. And we're going to read it here where they argued, well, the state never actually proved of what condition Teresa Halbach's body was when placed in the fire. So, of course, Stephen was found not guilty of mutilation of a corpse. Yet, the same criteria was used in Brendan Dassey's trial, and they found him guilty of mutilation of a corpse, even though the state never proved it. Because you said it correct, guys. It's what is in the mind of the jury, right? Remember in the Jinx, when the jury heard the evidence of when Robert Durst dismembered Morris Black, and the argument was, don't worry what Durst did to the body. It's what led up to the murder. And the argument, remember, Neverly, I think you saw it too, was self-defense.
I do, yeah.
I remember that.
And the jury said, yep, we agree. It was self-defense.
Yep.
Yeah, that was unreal.
Yep.
It was acquitted for that.
Acquitted, correct. Found not guilty. Found not guilty. And the
Admitted to dismembering.
Yes, the only item that could prove his story false was missing the head of Morris Black because they had the bullet evidence. It was gone. No one knows where the head is. What did Robert Durst do? He went back, picked up the garbage bag, removed the head, and likely buried it. Gone.
Yeah, gone.
So here, the state is saying, yeah, but okay, there's some real nasty shit, but it's all irrelevant. You know why? Because you can't prove that Bobby was specifically viewing this. You can't actually exclude him, but because there were other people in the house, all bets are off. Gone.
And that's a failure of the investigation to begin with, right?
Correct.
It's a full failure of the investigation in May of 2006 when they were handed that CD by Veely.
Yes.
And speaking of the Jinx, and you guys, if you haven't watched that documentary, please do so because it's unbelievable what happened, how it transpired, and the season 2 is very, very, very promising as well. Since the show, Robert Durst has passed away. So the second season was not filmed after the show, so I could see in the first episode of the season 2. But they have so much material because they filmed it for years.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say over here, that just because Stephen has not gotten an evidentiary hearing yet, 20 years later, Moira and Laura have spent their 10 years. They have 10 years worth of material. So Mayhem 3 could easily happen if they wanted to. Just because nobody saw cameras in Wisconsin in the last few years doesn't mean that they couldn't compile the season 3. And I'm going to take the liberty over here that tons of people would love, even the guilters, even the haters would love to see season 3.
Yeah,
I would love to see the trial in
Oh
full.
my God, me
yes,
too.
I would.
Me too. Yeah. And another thing, going back to Jinx, and then I'm gonna stop, which is when he was describing the dismemberment, because they couldn't go around it. Mr. Durst actually got up on the stand and he had to testify in his own defense. Both the prosecution and the defense talked about in gruesome details about the dismemberment, the amount of blood that happens during that vicious, horrific, evil act, unthinkable act, is just enormous. And due to the fact that just recently O.J. Simpson passed away, I rewatched the very new O.J. Made in America documentary. They have shown actual
Crime scenes.
But not the one that you can just see a pool of blood, literally a pool of blood in front of Nicole, in front of the entrance to the Gretna Green duplex where she lived, but the actual throat scenes. So if you haven't seen it, just fair warning, they're going to show everything. So sometimes I wish we could just clip those pictures from the Durst and OJ documentaries, and to show the amount of blood that we're talking about when somebody's bleeding out or being dismembered. And tarp, no tarp, magical as magical could be, could not prevent the blood seeping everywhere.
If I remember when the investigators went to the home where Robert Durst was staying in, they cut a square of the linoleum. Was the blood was underneath? It actually
underneath the linoleum, let alone carpet, guys.
Yeah, it actually soaked through.
There is no crime scene on Avery Salvage Yard.
There is no crime scene.
Absolutely.
And when one of the gentlemen who I think called the police, he goes, when I went to the house, I saw droplets of blood leading from the front door to, it did like a U. Obviously, the body parts were placed in the back of a car. There were blood stains. Even though
the black trash bags.
Robert Durst put all the body parts in plastic bags and taped them all up, there was a trail of blood.
So what we're saying, there's no way that there wouldn't be evidence.
No.
Blood evidence everywhere. You couldn't contain it in a tarp. You couldn't contain it in a tub, let alone a tarp.
No, that's correct. They even showed pictures in the court of the torso. Remember?
Yeah.
They showed
That's right.
Limbs. Basically, when you're cutting major artery and veins, you're going to bleed out. There's going to be absolutely blood everywhere. And the thing is, they took a cadaver dog deliberately and went round the trailer, Stephen's trailer, where the van was, no hits, which meant that no blood had actually spilled on the ground. They even tested the creeper that Brendan Dassey said, yeah, we put Teresa Horbach on the creeper and pushed it to the burn pit. No blood. So I agree with Susan. There is no crime scene on the Avery salvage yard. Whatever happened to Teresa happened off the salvage yard. But you can't have that because the state is saying, no. Teresa and her RAV4 were on the property. So you got a problem. You can't actually prove a crime scene or crime scenes on the Avery salvage yard.
So Stephen being a monster or no monster, his crimes escalating in the year and a half that he was free after being in prison for 18 years, doesn't matter, you guys, because there's no crime scene on the salvage yard. And Susan said, months ago, last year, she said, well, why didn't they set him up for, saying that, not setting him up, but saying that the crime happened at Cuss Road. It would have been believable, plausible.
Believable. Correct. More
Yeah.
plausible. Correct. 100%.
But there's, this is, we got to go to their narrative. If he wants to get out, we need to stick to the state's narrative.
In actual fact, if they push for the crime scene at Cuss Road, that's completely exculpatory for Brendan Dassey.
Yeah.
Right. The whole narrative of Brendan seeing Teresa pinned up in Stephen's master bedroom is complete bullshit. They know it. The state know it, because forensically there's nothing that links Brendan to Teresa Halbach, which is exactly the same arguments that are saying now that nothing links Bobby to Teresa Halbach, right? But one kid's in prison for life, and the other one they want to prevent from. Yeah, Susan.
There's also no proof she was in the garage. I discount the bullet completely with
100%.
the wood shards and red paint on it.
Correct.
I don't care about the lab test, just the fact that it had wood shards and blood paint, or
that's it. Into party.
Red paint.
Into party. So
and there's no other proof she was in the garage. Period.
No. That's 100% correct. Otherwise, the cadaver dog would have gone crazy. But the interesting thing is this: when you dismember a body, there's going to be fluids, there's going to be tissue, there's going to be blood. That's why they jackhammered the concrete, because a 14-year-old girl, Kayla, said about blood seeping up through concrete. So they jackhammered the concrete. And they found, what did they find, Jack 61? When they jackhammered the concrete, they found nothing.
Oh, nothing. No, not at all. And they even tested the pieces they jackhammered up, didn't find a damn thing.
And the luminol was a bust, because half the stuff that they were using, car parts, etc., they would light up luminol as well. And the only thing the only evidence of blood that they found was deer blood or something like that. Didn't come back to human blood. And the only the only DNA and blood that they found in the garage belonged to Stephen. Yeah. So how in the hell can he possibly clean up and selectively leave his blood and DNA in the garage? It's complete bullshit.
There would have been a massive pool of blood there had she been dismembered in that garage. Massive.
Yep.
It'd been everywhere.
Yep. Oh, 100% correct. All right. Shall we continue reading?
Hey, Neverly, do you feel like reading?
Neverly, do you see the slide?
Yes, I do. Yes, of course. Okay, at Avery's claim, right?
Yes.
Okay. Avery's claim that the circuit court, quote, ignored Mr. Avery's evidence of Dassey computer deletions, which infers consciousness of guilt, end of quote, similarly rests on no foundation. Avery offered nothing showing how or who made any deletions or why they mattered. He, again, simply relied on his unfounded claims that his pornography closely resembled this crime, which this court previously found, quote, wholly strayed from the facts, end of quote, and an unsupported contention that Bobby Dassey was responsible for deleting it. Avery's insistence that these deletions, quote unquote, were made by Bobby and show, quote, consciousness of guilt, end of quote, is, as usual, no more than unsupported guesswork grounded in presuming the conclusion Avery provided no facts to prove. That law enforcement were seeking evidence of motive, among other things, in their search warrant affidavit cannot carry the load Avery assigns it either. Police seizing and analyzing the computer seeking evidence of motive does not mean that anything they found ipso facto is evidence of motive, as Avery appears to believe. Law enforcement investigating a murder search for anything that could conceivably be relevant to the case. Vast portions of what the police collect is later determined to be of no importance. Avery's contention that law enforcement's reporting about this pornography means the pornography's mere existence establishes that Bobby had a motive to commit this crime is pure speculation, which Avery did not factually connect Bobby or show has any similarity to this crime with any evidence at all.
Yet, they produced a search warrant to find such material on Stephen's computer. Why? For motive, for behavior, but they failed to find it. So can you see, guys, what they've done is they've effectively removed the Dassey computer from evidence.
But if it had been found on Stephen's computer, he would have been
Gone.
killed with it.
Oh,
Done.
Yeah.
Gone.
Right?
Yep, gone, completely gone.
For the computer savvy people, how do you prove who deleted something?
You cannot.
You can't.
Unless it's a password specific setup on that computer, you cannot.
Yep.
That was my point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Where were we? Okay. It is not the state's burden on Avery's third collateral motion to, quote, eliminate, end of quote, Bobby as the individual who made the searches, nor to definitively disprove any of the rest of Avery's specious conjecture. It is Avery's burden to provide facts in his motion showing that he could prove at a hearing that Bobby was responsible for these searches and that they would actually establish a motive for this murder. With no facts pled that could establish that, 1. Bobby conducted these searches and viewed this pornography. 2. That it was all relevant, let alone similar to what happened to the victim in this case. And 3. That they were conducted before the murder occurred. The circuit court was correct that Avery failed to approach the threshold of making a plausible, factually supported motive argument.
So, before you carry on, Everly. So, in essence, unless you have a video of the crime actually taking place or of the person doing those particular computer searches, or even the person writing down what his motive is, you can argue that because there were multiple members in the household,
it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. You've got no specificity, hence you're removing one of the Denny prongs. You're removing the prong of, motive. Despite the fact that he had his, according to Sawinski and Baresh, he had his hands on the RAV4, the state is saying, discard it, irrelevant.
And something else that, they went on here for a fair piece about these images on the computer, the Dassey computer. They went on a long time about it, a long time. And I found that in itself a bit much.
And speaking of video evidence of something happening, I think that our friend Yoga for the Ageless, or James Crane, he said even if Teresa showed up in court, right, alive and well, that they would claim that she's a hostile witness, right? In other words, I mean, as morbid as that sounds, it's actually funny because it's true. I mean, what else can you do to get a win in this case?
Not from this.
Mm-mm.
Not from this. You would think that with all the forensic evidence, the examination of the forensic evidence that Kathleen Zorner has done, you would have thought that would have carried a lot of weight, especially since the state was saying that Teresa Horbach was shot in the garage, right? 10 or 11 times. Then when you factor in the Reed technique and the fact that Brendan Dassey never volunteered a shooting scenario until it was presented by Mark Wiegert himself, right? And then they try and ballistically link the bullet to the rifle in Stephen Avery's bedroom, and the rifle doesn't even belong to Stephen. Belongs to Roland Johnson. And he even admitted, hey, look, I fired 3,000 rounds of that thing, including around the garage. I'd shot at gophers, rabbits, etc., and Kathleen Zorner showed that there were bullet holes, through and through bullet holes from outside to inside the garage where a bullet could have come in. When you
That's why
look,
it would have been awesome for the jury to go there and to see what a shit show that place is.
100% correct. 100% correct. If the jury had gone out there and seen all this stuff, they would have thought, what the hell is going on here, guys? But as Susan pointed out, when you have a bullet fragment that has wooden shards embedded in it, red paint, wax, fibers, cotton fibers, you clearly know that that bullet did not strike Teresa Halbach in the skull. It did not strike bone. The fact that Culhane never found any evidence of blood, the medical examiner got it wrong, right? He said that Jensen, I think it was, said that he was told that it had the blood of the decedent, and hence
Yes.
he concluded that it went through brain that contains blood. He made
That's
a
right.
mistake. That's another mistake. And I pointed out several errors that Kratz made. He wasn't too happy about those. But here's the problem. You can easily debunk item FL. You can say, hey, look, there was a contamination event in the laboratory. Culhane should have never submitted that bullet as evidence. Plus, she used up all the DNA from the bullet. You can easily account for item FL, but here's the problem. You cannot easily discount for, wait a minute, if Teresa Halbach was in that garage with a RAV4, shot 10 times, put it into the RAV4, taken out of the RAV4, dismembered, where is all the additional evidence to support that? And the answer is, there's none.
None. Not one speck.
None. So can I easily debunk a bullet? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Now, had Chris Palahniuk been in the trial in 2007 that said, Your Honor, I did microtrace analysis on this bullet. It's never struck bone. And the state never connected item FL to the cranial bone fragments. Never. And you know why they couldn't? Because there's no lead that from item FL that struck bone. So they never would have been able to connect that.
That's right.
And when they're talking
But
about
that's trickery. That's
Yes.
trickery, Dr. Silkman.
yes,
And Kratz is boasting about
and
that.
he even admitted it. So
Yes.
Kratz laughing his head off.
Assumptions are what they are.
Correct. And that's why now they've backed away from item FL. And they even said it. I never said that item FL killed Teresa Halbach or struck bone. Done. So they're using these arguments to say, we never did anything wrong. But the jury hearing this thinking, shit, Stephen's got that rifle in his bedroom. Oh my God, they proved that it fired item FL. Item FL's got Teresa's DNA on it.
We got 2 skull fragments that got holes in them.
Yeah.
Two
Look at
cranial
the
bone
opaque.
fragments,
Yeah.
internal beveling, there's the flakes. Oh my God, the bastard did it.
Game changer.
Guilty, Your Honor.
Game changer. Yeah.
But when you present now the forensic analysis that the bullet at high speed, high velocity struck wood, didn't strike a human being, it struck wood at high velocity, and item FL was actually able to be reproduced by Zellner firing directly into the garage.
Well, I hate to be facetious, but we have to kind of fall back on Cam and rely on Fassbender's prone analysis of Avery laying down and shooting Teresa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe
And
It
that's
that.
the
slid
thing for me.
across the garage floor, picked up
Yes.
wood shards, picked
And
up
the-
red paint, and
Yep.
ended up where it did.
Exactly.
4 months
Yeah.
later.
On top of the dust. Yeah.
Because let me tell you right now.
Af-
Sorry, Susan.
Oh, I was just going to say after the garage was thoroughly searched in November.
Jackhammered. Yeah.
Yep.
The and
No,
Beauty,
November.
yeah, when they jackhammered it. When Buting asked Culhane a very pertinent question, he said, apart from item FL, you found nothing of Teresa in the garage or the trailer. Yes. So item FL is the single piece of evidence that places Teresa on the Avery salvage yard. You get it? You
That's right.
remove item FL, you've got a black hole. Here's the
That's
black
right.
hole. Here's the black hole that the state are shit scared of. Teresa Horbach was seen on October the 31st. Her RAV4 was found on November the 5th. What happened between the two times? They got no fucking idea.
Black hole.
None. Now comes Baresh, Sawinski, Ramlow, and others that say, I've seen the victim's vehicle off the property. I've saw Bobby Dassey either pushing the RAV4 or driving the RAV4. It now completely destroys the state's case. You get it? So that's why they've got to hang on to item FL no matter how ridiculous and farcical it is, because you remove item FL, guys, you got the black hole between October 31st and November the 5th. No one knows. No one knows. And that's why it's so damning. And that's why they know, the state know, item FL is the truth. We can't give you that one, Kathleen. Sorry, it's been procedurally barred.
Yep. Unless a new
And the
trial is
ball's
ordered.
gone.
Yep.
Unless a new trial is ordered.
Yep, 100% correct. So thereby you're building up a narrative that doesn't exist, right? Oh, but Brendan gave this narrative, right? Brendan gave this narrative, but there's nothing that supports the narrative forensically. And I agree with Susan. There's no crime scene on the Avery salvage yard. All the damning forensic evidence has been brought back. Who does it point to? Does it point to Brendan Dassey? No.
Nope.
Does it point to Bobby Dassey? Nope. It
Nope.
points to the person. Stephen,
That's right. That's
who
right.
the hell had the $36 million civil suit going?
Stephen.
Brendan? No. Bobby? No. The poster boy for the Innocence Project. Stephen. That's it. That's it. So now the state is saying Bobby Dassey is not a star witness. The computer, ignore it. And now they're going to demolish Sawinski and Baresh. And that's it. Done.
And in all honesty, I can seriously see the prosecution, the state's part. That's their job. Just like Kathleen's job is to defend Stephen. That's fair game to me. But what it's not fair game is, and I said it so many times, when the state actually, who is the judge in all of this, makes all these decisions nonsensically.
Or not in front of a judge to hash it out. Correct. The way it is now, you can't win. You cannot win this case. All right, shall we continue?
I was just going to say that, sure. Number 3. The circuit court properly found that Avery failed to plead facts showing that Bobby Dassey had the opportunity to commit this crime or stage this scene. Quote, the second prong of the legitimate tendency, quote unquote, test asks whether the alleged third-party perpetrator could have committed the crime in question, end of quote, Wilson. Evaluation of this prong is guided by the defense's theory of the third party's involvement in the crime. Sometimes opportunity can be established by simply showing the third party was at the crime scene. When, as here, the theory of how the third party committed the crime requires the person to have carried out a series of complicated and difficult tasks, it is not enough to show the third party's mere presence at the scene and an unaccounted period of time. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. So yeah. I mean, so now you don't need an alibi. Yes, you were there, but so what? What, you were cheering them on, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's too sophisticated. The murder of Teresa Horbach and
collecting the evidence, yes. He doesn't have any medical experience to collect properly. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. In this situation, to meet the opportunity prong, the defendant has to offer evidence that the alleged third-party perpetrator had the skills, contacts, tools, time, and or other means necessary to have committed the crime and staged the scene in the manner the defendant alleges. In other words, quote, evidence that the third party had the realistic ability to engineer such a scenario, end of quote. Holding that the third party's possible access to hair and blood samples from the victim was mere conjecture insufficient to establish opportunity to frame the defendant. The circuit court appropriately concluded that Avery's submissions did not meet the threshold. Avery claims that, quote, the opportunity element has already been decided, end of quote, because pre-trial in 2007, the circuit court found opportunity by virtue of Bobby's presence on the property. But that fails to acknowledge that Avery's, quote, defense theory, end of quote, has changed drastically from time of trial. Then his contention was that he was framed by law enforcement who had plenty of time, knowledge, and access to the evidence to plausibly doctor the crime scene. To meet the opportunity prong then, he only had to show that the alleged third-party perpetrator had the opportunity to kill the victim because his theory was that the police framed him. Now he claims his nephew Bobby Dassey planted all of the evidence against him and did so in a very short time period. That means to sufficiently plead his motion on opportunity, he had to provide more than just a showing that Bobby was physically present and had access to, quote unquote, the evidence. He had to provide facts showing that Bobby had a, quote, realistic ability to engineer such a scenario, end of quote, meaning a realistic ability to both commit the murder and then complete each step of this framing process, and to do so before November 5. And Avery did not provide facts that would establish at least 4 key components necessary to sufficiently plead that Bobby had the opportunity to kill the victim and plant all the evidence against Avery: the why, the when, the where, and the how.
All right, Neville, can we just stop here?
Sure.
So do you see the issue here? The court just said, you know who could have done this, all of this?
The police.
Yeah.
Yep.
Except you now have to point a finger at the police for killing Teresa Hallbach, which no one's going to do.
Except Crash did it at trial.
Yes, that's right. That's what he said. You have to take that leap of faith that if the law enforcement were involved in planting, law enforcement had to be involved in the killing.
That's right.
Which is not true.
No.
It's not mutually exclusive.
That's correct. And notice what we have been saying for years. This is a 2-part deal. Murder and planting. It doesn't necessarily mean the murderer is the planter. Would you guys agree?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And there doesn't
Yes,
have to
I
be
agree.
there doesn't have to be some vast, pardon my language, fucking conspiracy either. No.
None whatsoever.
Just a
So-
small one.
Correct.
And I'm not putting it past Kasarek, I'm sorry, him hiring somebody or taking her out.
True. Or Herman, or what's his name, Peterson, because
Right.
it would have been easier to eliminate Steven, to kill him, than to set him up.
Correct. So what is interesting is that the court are actually admitting that a lot of the planting and access to the forensic evidence could have been law enforcement, which I believe in the back of Kathleen Zorner's mind, that's what she believes. But she cannot go to the courts and say, I believe the police did this, I believe Bobby Dassey did that. It's not going to work. That's why Bobby Dassey has been named a third-party Denny suspect, because you got to have, remember, motive, opportunity, the whole connection, direct connection to the crime. So here's the problem. No one saw any law enforcement officer directly touching the RAV4 or driving the RAV4, correct? No one saw that. But did law enforcement have access to the forensic evidence?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Did
The
they have the
moment-
opportunity? Absolutely. Did they have the
Yes.
motive? Absolutely.
Yes, correct. So you've got this horrible situation whereby the courts are going, you know who could have done all of this shit? Law enforcement,
The cops.
the cops, right?
But when Buting said that in court, all hell broke loose.
Oh, all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. So think about it. You've got the finding of the RAV4 and all the forensic evidence in the RAV4, right? Who was in charge? Law enforcement were in charge.
Yep.
The Averys, the Dassies were off the property. So the ability to plant forensic evidence, piece of cake, right? Think about it. He was suing, part of the civil lawsuit involved the MTSO, involved a former boss, involved a former district attorney, Vogel. This was going to hurt and have bite. So I'm not blaming any law enforcement officer in the murder of Teresa Halbach. That's my viewpoint. Everyone is different. But had they had the opportunity to engineer planting of forensic evidence, as easy as taking candy from a baby. Easy. Very, very easy.
They occupied the salvage yard for, basically 9 days. They
Yeah.
could do whatever they wanted. I'm
And
not
they were
saying they did.
And they were there 24/7. 24/7, including dark. Very, very easy to do, right? But the actual murder itself, no. So I believe that you've got this two-party deal. The murder, the planting of the RAV, and then planting of forensic evidence to point to one person only, Stephen.
Well,
Stephen
we
was never
also
Jesse's-
have the outlier in this, and that's Cuss Road, which we still have never really had a good explanation for. Not one. Not even a photo of this alleged rotten pallet and whatever, rotten pallet and peat moss bags. Not even a photo of that. And they spent all day there and
All
taking
day.
all kinds of photos.
Yep, hundreds and hundreds of photographs. And there was an aeroplane, I think it was an aeroplane flying
Yeah.
up above all day,
Yeah.
taking pictures, including
that
at
was-
night time.
That was McConnell.
Yep,
For
McConnell.
for the Trooper McConnell. He's part of that
Correct.
reconstruction crew.
But the truth is, according to the court case, nothing happened at Cuss Road. So you have to remove Cuss Road from the picture entirely. As Susan said, you now can't introduce Cuss Road and say, yeah, that's where the murder took place.
It's so hard for me to do that, knowing what we know, and and there's so much more that we've not been allowed access to. We can't get it.
Correct. The disturbed earth affidavit that was never signed, never handed in, that involved a lot of work to put all that information together.
Damn right it did. It really did. And
Don't-
it didn't just come from Wiegert and Fassbender. It came from other people outside of their control.
Yes, correct. So, which meant that Wiegert would have had to get information from a lot of different individuals to put it all together to write up that affidavit. And remember, he mentioned Loof, he mentioned Brutus, he mentioned what he thought. They found pieces of tarp, pieces of rope.
Yep.
Their hypothesis was that Teresa Halbach was there. At some stage, she was there. Right?
And just
there.
to go back a little bit to the police having the means, motive, and opportunity to plant evidence, we also have Mr. Colburn, right, who had the knowledge of the layout of the yard because
Yes,
he was
he
a
was.
frequent
Frequent
customer
flyer.
over there.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. But of course, the most damning thing of all, guys, is that they flew over the property one day prior. And if they took pictures, they denied that there's any pictures there, right, Jack 61? There's no
They
photos.
did. No photos, no still photos.
They would have had a perfect layout of the Avery salvage yard from above, right? And what is absolutely, you can't dispute it. The raffle wasn't there on November the 4th. If it was, they would have handed over a picture and said, Sawinski, Baresh, go away. You're wrong. Here's the RAV4 right here. Now,
That's right.
they knew, right, Jack 61, right, guys? They knew what they were looking for. They spent 15 to 20 minutes flying over the Avery salvage yard. The cars were in grids. They were in grids. From above, you can see that the cars were organized in rows and in grids. If you crisscrossed the salvage yard, you would have flown over every one of those grids. If you took still photographs, high resolution, go back, blow them up. Like I did, right, Jack 61? Like
That's
I
right.
did.
That's right.
Clear lane. Nothing up above. You can see directly the roof of the RAV.
And that doesn't even, again, I bitch about this all the time, but that doesn't even include the customers on the property walking around looking for parts. Somebody would have mentioned that, and you were looking Toyota out there. What's wrong with it? How much you want for it? There's no way that somebody wouldn't have asked. Because, we think about, at least I guess the image in my mind is really kind of a quiet kind of junkyard, but that's also what it was. They were busy. They had people coming in that place all the time looking for for a part off of a car so they don't have to go buy a new one because it's expensive. They have a lot of money. So there's people walking around that property when they're open all the time.
Correct. And Chuck, Earl, that often will go to the yard, take the part. Remember Kennedy, who wanted that part?
That's right.
Chuck got it, said, come back at 3 and you'll have your part for you. So they go to the cars, they dismantle them, take the various parts and bring them back to the shop.
Well, some people just don't have time to go and do it themselves. So, a junkyard will do it, but they'll charge you more for it.
Correct. Susan, did you have a comment?
Even if they missed that RAV from the plane, they had video footage that they could go back and look at.
That's right.
And we know they did that after they found the RAV.
Yes. What is highly suspicious is where the splice is. You can see it.
Absolutely.
Highly suspicious.
You can follow those individual slides that Seeking Truth did. Boom.
Yep.
Cut.
And they also covered a lot of other property, not just Avery Salvage Yard. They covered, they went all the way to Green Bay.
Yes.
I mean, where is all that footage?
It's gone.
Gone.
It's gone. So what they're trying to show you is that we're going to go on an aeroplane, 3 of us. We've got no idea where this vehicle is, but we're only going to shoot the video for 4 minutes?
3 minutes, whatever it was.
It was very short.
So
and nothing from the zippers, nothing from, like as Susan said, going towards Green Bay. None of that shit's on there.
Correct. And you only have about 2 minutes of footage. I timed it over the Avery salvage yard where they're actually showing the cars down below. And you think to yourself, wait a minute, they flew for up to 20 minutes and they got only 2 minutes of footage because they somehow knew that the vehicle was or wasn't there. That's bullshit. You filmed everything.
It's just a joke. It's just a bad joke.
Yeah. It's like a sports cut. Could you imagine a basketball game or a sports telecast? Oh, we'll only turn on the cameras when they're just about to score. We won't worry about the rest of the game. Complete bullshit.
Absolutely.
You film everything. You go back. You review. Is the car there? If the car's there, get a search warrant. Boom. Come on. That complete bogus.
I agree.
All right. Neverly, would you like to continue a little bit more?
Sure.
Yep. We'll just wait for that to come up.
Assuming, for the sake of argument, that Avery had pled facts that would establish Bobby's motive to kill in the first place, and as explained, he did not. Avery did not offer anything that would suggest why Bobby would want to frame Avery, especially given the grave risks and extreme difficulty of doing so. Anyone who murders someone typically wants to escape detection, but that does not explain why Bobby would frame Avery for it. especially when doing so would ensure the law enforcement would be taking an intense look at the entire property and everyone who lived on it. He offered no reason why Bobby would want to send him to prison.
Except, notice what he said, what they said. I'll read it. Anyone who murders someone typically wants to escape detection. What did Stephen Avery do to escape detection?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No, it's actually even worse. Allegedly left all this shit laying around the yard for everybody to find. Anyone could find it.
I know.
Anyone.
He cleverly hid the round.
Oh my god. Good machinery.
So what they're saying doesn't, everything they're writing here doesn't apply to Stephen, because Stephen did nothing to hide his crime.
Nothing.
He left the RAV. He didn't crush the RAV. He left the key. He left the bullet. He left the electronics. He left the cremains. He put the number plates in a vehicle with a broken window so anyone can walk by and see, hey, there are number plates. So Stephen actually did nothing to hide his crime. And remember that photograph I showed you with Stephen standing in front of Barb's van and the burn barrel behind him?
Yes.
And the burn pit to the other side? He
right.
did nothing to disguise any of that. A reporter could have said, do you mind if I just have a walk around? It would have been done like it did.
Right.
And also they say here, Avery did not offer anything that would suggest why Bobby would want to frame Avery. Really? When the state said, well, Bobby, who's to say that he didn't want to just help Stephen? So which one is it? Which one is it? This is really, really frustrating because they're talking from both sides of their mouth. Anyway.
Correct. Okay.
He offered no reason why Bobby would want to send him to prison. Nor has Avery explained why someone who wanted to frame him would go to such lengths and hide the evidence. Surely, if Bobby or anyone else wanted to frame Avery, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to make all of the evidence difficult for law enforcement to detect, gather, or connect to Avery. It makes no sense to burn the victim's remains and personal property in an attempt to conceal them, or to drip Avery's blood around the RAV4, but then remove the license plate from an attempt to hide the vehicle by covering it with debris far away from Avery's trailer. Avery provided no facts explaining why Bobby Dassey's framing him is plausible when he has given no reason whatsoever explaining why Bobby would do this.
But you see the irony here, guys. They can't even explain Stephen Avery's actions.
Yeah.
They can't explain. They're looking at the forensic evidence and going, what the fuck?
Right.
Remember what we discussed in the podcast about the RAV4? We said, okay, he's going to crush the RAV4. All right. The argument is, well, you got to remove the number plates. I agree. You don't want the number plates sticking out on a crushed vehicle. Is that
correct? There it is.
Why remove the plates, transport them to another car, leaving them out in the open? If you're going to crush the vehicle, you're going, oh God, why have I got the key? Why have I got the electronics? Why have I got the plates? Why have I spread them? Don't you want to contain everything together, crush the vehicle or burn the vehicle, get rid of all the evidence in one hit? Even the police can't explain the evidence. Jack 61.
They don't even make an attempt to. And just going by what, Comfort and Josh have written in this, as we just discussed, he left everything and went up to spend time in Crowitz with his family.
In actual fact, they even wrote it themselves. Oh, so it was easy for law enforcement officers to find the evidence, and oh my God, it pointed to Stephen Avery.
Exactly.
What? Hello? Right? So Stephen, remember what Kratz said in court? Oh, Stephen was kind enough to leave his DNA on the key and on the hood latch. He even said it. Stephen Avery was kind enough. In other words, it doesn't look legit. It looks planted. Something is going on here, guys. Stephen
TJ
cannot be that stupid.
TJ
But wait,
says
he
something here
had
is
5 days to clean
5
up.
days to clean up. Correct.
yeah, but they never presented any evidence of a cleanup. But anyway, TJ
No.
says something interesting here. Who would frame someone for a
Why?
crime why would I frame someone for a crime I committed instead of trouble prison myself? It's a great thing to
Exactly.
yep.
Correct.
You want to destroy the evidence that you were involved, first of all.
But here's the irony, and they let the cat. I was going to say cat out of the bag, but that's in bad taste. They basically said what they're basically implying. Look, Bobby's not going to frame his own uncle, but the cops would. The cops would. They've got their hands on the evidence. They wanted to point to somebody. They can easily do it, right? But if you notice, what they have to do is get others to find the forensic evidence. The problem is, a lot of the forensic evidence is found by the MTSO themselves, right? You've got the key, you've got the electronics, then you've got the cremains. What did Jose do? Oh, I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be involved.
Hell no, he would. He wouldn't even go write a report until Simple Call raises hell with him.
Yep, correct. So you've got this motif happening all the time. You know, jeepers, it doesn't look good that the MTSO is finding all the forensic evidence. Let's have a supervisor with us, or get somebody else to find the evidence to say, no, we had no involvement at all. But the reality is they did have an involvement. Right?
Huge involvement.
That's why Mr. Kratz was so upset with Fassbender and Wiegert when they found the bloody key, right? Because people in court are going, wait, the 2 guys that were in Stephen Avery's civil deposition just a couple of weeks ago are the ones that find the key after 7 searches? Yeah, we believe that. Not. Doesn't look good. All right.
You know what always bothered me? How they didn't show that at all. Maybe because, but it's hard for me to believe that Stephen didn't have any other keys in his residence. Just the key.
They haven't found the other keys, and nor Teresa's Hasselblad camera.
No, I'm not talking about Teresa's key. I'm talking about keys just in general from 4,000 cars.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
not talking about to find 4,000 keys in Stephen's residence, but he must have had. I have tons of spare keys that I don't know what they're for.
Yes, but according to Colburn and Kaczarski and also Lenk, it's got to be
the key.
The key. Boom. Yep, correct.
Yeah.
Straight away.
Okay. More importantly, Avery's argument fundamentally failed on the when and the how Bobby could have committed the murder or planted any of the evidence. He provided nothing that could plausibly establish that Bobby had the knowledge, skills, tools, or time to engineer this elaborate ruse. The mere fact that Bobby was on the Avery property at some time when Avery's hand was bleeding falls far short of facts necessary to establish that Bobby had the opportunity to successfully orchestrate this extremely complicated supposed frame-up. Third party's presence at the scene of a shooting was insufficient to show that the third party had the contacts and resources necessary to have the opportunity or to orchestrate a hit on the victim. The complete absence of the necessary facts to support several crucial elements of how Bobby could have accomplished staging this scene demonstrate that Avery failed to plead sufficient facts to show that Bobby had any opportunity to kill the victim and frame Avery in this manner. Avery offered no facts at all in this motion that would establish how Bobby Dassey, an 18-year-old high school graduate with no criminal record whatsoever and who was working third shift at a furniture factory, 1. managed to steal at some unidentified time prior to October 31st the rifle hanging above Avery's bed with which the victim was shot, and at some other unidentified time before November 5th, managed to replace it with Avery's never noticing it.
All right. That's complete.
Wow. Wow. They just admitted that rifle, that
Was
bullet
involved.
was involved.
Yep. Correct.
Wow.
And it never was. IMFL was not involved in killing Teresa Halbach. It's
No.
not part of the crime.
This is all smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors. Correct. So this point number one, you can ignore. In fact, Bobby Dassey had the same exact rifle. Same rifle. The Greenfield, I think it was. The exact same rifle for hunting.
They were very popular. Thousands and thousands of them things were sold.
Yeah, they found it in his bedroom. Oh, in the house. It's his. So you can debunk number one immediately. No one stole anything. Okay, let's go.
Number two, could have abducted and killed the victim and hidden both her body and her car in some unspecified area in the minutes between her arrival on the property and Scott Tadich passing Bobby Dassey on the highway around 3 p.m. on October 31st, 2005. Nor did Avery provide any facts to establish where the killing could have happened apart from a nondescript in the RAV, or where Bobby could have hidden the RAV4 and the victim's remains in this short period of time.
Well, you see, has anyone got any comments on that one?
So they're holding on to this incredible alibi between Bobby and Scott Tadich, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
They're saying that is the truth, right? But the factor is they cannot disprove that Teresa Halbach was in the back of his vehicle, or remember what Blaine Dassey said that he saw Bobby Dassey in blue-green. I'm not saying it was the RAV, but he saw Bobby Dassey driving close to the Avery salvage yard when he was coming home from school.
In other words, he wasn't driving his black Blazer. It was a greenish vehicle.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Who's to say that little did Scott Tadich know that when he saw Bobby and looked at the time, at the clock in his car at that precise moment, Bobby didn't have Teresa in the back of his car, the car. Yeah.
Or how important that passing by would become for the double alibi.
Correct.
Yeah.
And do you think Scott Tadich would have automatically looked at his clock?
No,
I don't. Is that the first thing you do when you see somebody that you know drive by you? You look at the clock?
Well, hell no. I mean, it has to be. I mean, to look at a clock in a car intentionally. I mean, somebody's probably got to ask me. They can't see the clock or don't have a watch, or I'm been driving for hours and like, what the hell time? How long have I been driving? No.
And if Bobby didn't specify and was adamant, Scott Tadich will tell you precisely when that was. If he didn't emphasize that, maybe it would totally go under the radar, the whole thing. And I have a question for the panel and in the chat. Did Scott Tadich ever say which car he saw Bobby at that time? Was it his Blazer? Did he say in which car was Bobby, or did he just say that he saw him on the road?
I'll have to double check that.
Which I think it's an interesting question if we, reference what Blaine said.
I think he did, but I can't remember for sure.
I can't remember either.
Correct. But what is damning here, guys? Something that we're forgetting. Where did individuals see the RAV4 potentially parked at?
At the turnabout.
At the turnaround. Guess where the turnaround is?
That's right very near Scott's trailer.
Trailer. Where Bobby went.
Where did Bobby Dassey say he went hunting?
Right there.
Behind Scott's trailer.
Right there. Yeah, that's not good.
No.
Okay. Number 4. Had a convenient stash of unidentified instruments capable of collecting and transporting liquid blood and touch DNA on hand, or what those might have been. Oh, please.
All we need is a dropper. Just
exactly.
Or a sponge. That'll do it.
5. planted the keys to the RAV4 in Avery's trailer unnoticed and at some unspecified time between November 3rd and November 5th, yet also either managed to move the RAV4 off of the 40-acre property without the keys or drive it away and return on foot from wherever he supposedly took it, and then sneak into Avery's trailer again to hide the keys at some other unidentified time, once again unnoticed. 6. Found and then planted a tiny, mangled bullet fragment that Bobby inexplicably knew that the victim's DNA on it underneath items in Avery's garage, or alternatively, how he shot the victim in Avery's garage on October 31st, and then at another unidentified time scrubbed the scene with Avery remaining unaware. This despite Avery indisputably having been working on his Suzuki and other vehicles in and around the garage around this time.
So number 6 never happened. That's complete utter bullshit. And did you notice that the state just gave an alibi for Stephen because Stephen was working on his car, right? So how in the hell could they possibly have shot Teresa Horbach in that garage, right? Bobby never did, not in the garage. No murder took place in the garage, right? So you can get rid of 6.
Number 7. Burn the victim's body in some undisclosed location and then move the remains to Avery's burn pit, again completely undetected, and did it so thoroughly as to include, quote, at least a fragment or more of almost every bone below the neck, end of quote, in the entire human skeleton, along with the rivets from her jeans. Nor did Avery provide any facts showing where and when this occurred.
Jack 61, you got any comments?
This is maddening.
There's so many that pop in my head.
Every bone in the body, except there's 60% missing.
Yeah.
That's right. And well, I mean, well, they did say fragment, which they should. You know, I saw a comment the other day somebody made that we were talking about teeth. How this teeth being in that burn pit in these cremains?
There were no teeth.
There were fragments.
Correct. There were 2 roots. All the crowns, all the tops of the teeth were gone. There were no crowns. There were just 2 roots had to be super glued together and placed in the jaw and then compared to an X-ray photo. And Simley said, yeah, it looks similar. But it wasn't 100% definitive. Correct.
Yeah, he couldn't. And they grilled him on that and he could not. And
he
would
wouldn't
not
do it.
Say. Yeah, he wouldn't do it.
No.
Correct.
And another thing before I forget, I meant to say this so many times over the years, but when we're doing these podcasts, I'm multitasking most of the times, not always, but most of the time. So yeah, I'm doing laundry or dusting or whatever it is, I'm moving about. So when Dr. Silkman calls me, I run to the iPad to unmute myself so I could answer the question or go on, right? So self-incriminating statements over here, self-snitching. I'm out of breath, and I don't live in a mansion by no means. I may be living in Beverly Hills, but it's not a mansion. What I'm trying to get to is if Avery was dismembering Teresa, and after watching and thinking about it and reading about it, what amount of human power and strength that requires. It's impossible for him to be lovey-dovey with Jody on the phone and talking about rose petals. And twice, exactly. Correct. And to be all normal.
Correct. And also for Brendan Dassey to go home, go to bed, wake up, and go to school again as if nothing had happened.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Just another day on the salvage yard. Dismembering. Right. Yeah, so I wanted to say that.
Yep.
Okay, number 8. Convince his younger brother Brendan to go along with this plan and fabricate a confession implicating not only Avery but also himself, or why Brendan would do so. This is mean. Even if one accepts at face value Avery's theory that Bobby was scientifically sophisticated and equipped, scientifically sophisticated and equipped enough for it to occur to him to do all of this blood evidence gathering and planting, Avery provided nothing that would explain how Bobby could have done so in the roughly half an hour before the blood would have coagulated or dried while Avery was at Menards on November 3rd. And Avery did not plead even a single fact to establish how or when Bobby could have planted any of the rest of the mountain of forensic evidence against Avery, particularly the victim's remains, the non-blood DNA evidence, and the bullet, and also successfully eliminate from the scene any trace of his own involvement or physical presence.
And exactly the same goes with for Stephen and also for Brendan. No forensic evidence was found of Brendan Dassey. And according to the state, Brendan Dassey was involved in a sexual assault, a violence, shooting, dismemberment, and placing Teresa Halbach in the fire and disposing of Teresa Halbach's RAV4.
Exactly. And no forensic evidence. Culhane admitted that on the stand.
So in effect, what the state are doing is exactly providing evidence that Brendan Dassey himself wasn't involved. They're using the same argument to say that Bobby Dassey wasn't involved, because how on earth could he do all of this? The same applies to his brother Brendan. Guys, would you agree?
It has to. You have to use the same standard.
Same criteria, which is what we argued with in last week's podcast. Wait, so you're using the same criteria about the lack of evidence, saying that, yep, Brendan's guilty, using the same criteria, the lack of evidence, no, Bobby Dassey could not have possibly been involved. This is exactly why Kathleen Zona wants the RAV4, the plates, and the blinker light to test for touch DNA. Were they there? Who was there? The state is not going to allow that to happen. We can answer a lot of questions can be answered. Okay. You want to continue, Neville, or do you want somebody else to read, or you continue?
I can continue for a little bit.
Excellent.
Sum, Avery provided no facts in his motion that would establish why Bobby would want to frame him, or when, where, or how Bobby could have even possibly accomplished any of the necessary tasks to make this theory plausible. He supplied nothing other than a series of constantly shifting affidavits about his and others' activities during the relevant time frame, and then backfilled it with speculation, with zero factual support about how a small fraction of the evidence against him, the blood and the car only, could have ended up where it was if someone else was the perpetrator, and pretended the rest of the evidence does not exist. That is flatly insufficient to provide facts that could show that Bobby had the opportunity to engineer this complicated scheme.
But let's look at this scenario, right? Say that Stephen is 100% innocent, right? Teresa comes on the property, does the photo shoot, and from Stephen's perspective, he saw Teresa leave. Hence, how on God's earth would Stephen know what happened in the interim between October the 31st, after Teresa left, to when they found the RAV4 on November the 5th, if Stephen was not involved? How would Stephen know what transpired between those two dates?
He couldn't. There's no way.
No. So the state are wanting a narrative from Stephen when he had no knowledge. So they're saying, too bad. You can't point to Bobby. You can't show that Bobby did this and this and this. How is Stephen meant to know that? Right?
There's no way. There's no way he can. No way.
But what provided the missing link was Sawinski, Baresh, and Ramlow.
Ramlow. Yep.
Yep. Because they're saying, no, mate, I saw the victim's vehicle, or what looked like the victim's vehicle, off the property. That means that the RAV4 couldn't have been on the property on the evening of October the 31st, because I saw it off the property. Baresh and Sawinti are saying, no, I saw two guys pushing the RAV4 or driving the RAV4 prior to it being found, right? So you've got independent witnesses observing the RAV4 in the interim between October the 31st and when Pam Stern found that. That's the missing link, right? How is Stephen meant to know what happened, what transpired between those two events? He can't. He can't. All right. Neverly, would you like to continue?
Sure.
Yep.
Avery has attempted to cure this failure on appeal by offering his previous statements about what his experts purportedly found regarding the physical evidence, which this court already rejected as misleading and irrelevant speculation. Avery did not provide these theories to the circuit court, so they couldn't form the basis for relief now, even if they had some substance. Regardless, inaccurate statements and speculation do not even show possibility. Avery further misses the point when he contends he was, quote, less qualified to commit the murder than Bobby, end of quote, because he had less education and never held a job. Obviously, no qualifications are required to commit murder. But if Avery wants to contend a specific person committed this murder and then frame him for it, he has to provide facts plausibly showing that the person was actually capable of doing so and also capable of staging of the evidence. He did not come close. Avery has abandoned all argument that he can meet Wilson's requirements and instead tries to distinguish it because it was not a case about someone alleging being framed. This is irrelevant. The Wisconsin Supreme Court made crystal clear in Wilson that it is the defense's theory of the third party's involvement that dictates what must be shown to establish opportunity, and when that requires the third party to perform a series of complicated tasks, the defendant has to show that the third party realistically has the skills, tools, time, and abilities to do so. This is because Denny's legitimate tendency test requires more than mere possibility that another person committed the crime. Nor does the state versus Volbrecht assist Avery. There, the victim, Angela H., was murdered in a very specific manner, having been raped, chained to a tree, and shot. Jesus. The alleged third-party perpetrator, Kim Brown, had confessed to and was in prison for committing an identical murder of Linda N. 6 weeks after Angela's murder. The only difference was that Angela's murder occurred 30 miles away from Brown's home, whereas Linda was killed 7 miles away. Much like in Dressler, Brown owned, quote, a revolver and books involving rape, chains, and torture, end of quote, and told multiple people he enjoyed binding and torturing women. The defense had been investigating Brown as a potential third-party suspect pre-trial, but was erroneously misinformed by law enforcement that Brown was at work when Angela's murder occurred, but he'd actually clocked out at 5 p.m. the day before. The circuit court granted Volbrecht's motion for a new trial, finding that Brown had motive, a direct connection to the crime through his confession to the identical murder of Linda, an hour-and-a-half window of opportunity to murder Angela, and that he was in the general area of the time at the time. This court held that in light of the very strong evidence of motive and direct connection, Brown's proclivity for rape and torture, his statements to others, the items found at his home, and the unusual and identical manner in which Brown admittedly murdered Linda, the fact that Brown lived within 30 miles of the crime scene and had an hour and 30-minute window of opportunity to commit the crime was sufficient under Sullivan to come in as other acts evidence proving Brown's identity as the perpetrator.
Well, who saw Bobby Dassey when he went hunting?
No one?
Has he got an
Nope.
alibi where he was?
Nope. We have his
Oh.
word.
Other than the double alibi with Scott.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Or was it? That is nothing at all like what Avery attempts here. His motive evidence totals 3 possible searches for pornography predating the murder that he cannot even actually connect to Bobby Dassey and that have no relation to the manner in which this homicide occurred. Avery provided only wildly implausible conjecture with no facts showing that Bobby had the knowledge, tools, time, or ability to commit the crime and stage the evidence, most of which he wholly ignored and did not account for, whereas in Walbrecht, there was no special scenario that had to be achieved. The perpetrators simply needed the time to kill the victim. And as the state will explain below, Avery provided 0 facts directly connecting Bobby Dassey to the actual killing, or even to the victim's vehicle, whereas in Walbrecht, Brown was known to have performed the exact extreme and unusual acts performed on Angela against other women, confessed to people that he liked to do so, was in the general area at the time, and the murders were near in the time and place. Walbrecht does not assist Avery in the least.
So unless Bobby Dassey actually confessed, killed before, bragged about it, or how was Stephen actually going to be able to prove that Bobby committed this?
He can't. It's his impossible task. It's impossible.
Yeah.
You
another thing is that when you murder somebody, Bobby doesn't have to be a serial killer at this point. You have to start with the first murder. Well, maybe this could have been it.
And also, you got to take into account that Teresa could have been bound, hidden somewhere. She could have been dead and placed somewhere, and then her body disposed of later on. All the events didn't have to happen at the one time.
In 10 minutes, yeah.
Correct.
And again, the bar is set so high, no one could achieve it. No one. And that's not what the law is.
No, that's correct.
And this guy confessed that he did that, which is his problem. Not, why would Bobby confess to anything? So without a confession, as you said, Dr. Silkman, this cannot be, Stephen cannot get it.
No, not going to happen.
Yeah. Can somebody take over reading, maybe?
Cherie, would you like to continue?
I'm not sure. She
yeah,
stepped away.
I'm here. I just was having technical difficulties.
Thank you, Cherie.
Thank you, Neverly.
You're welcome.
So it's at State v. Knapp?
Yeah.
In State v. Knapp, judgment was vacated by Wisconsin v. Knapp is similarly inapposite. There, the victim was beaten to death with a baseball bat inside her home. The alleged third-party perpetrator was the victim's husband, Brunner, who had a key to the victim's home in which she was found beaten to death, with whom she had been fighting, who was overheard saying he wished he had a bat, and who had been physically violent toward her shortly before. Hearsay statements from Brunner's girlfriend's roommate's friend that Brunner and his girlfriend stopped by the apartment late at night on the night of the murder and left shortly after with a paper bag contradicted what Brunner told told police about his whereabouts that evening, for which he'd given them an alibi, stating he was miles away. Knapp's theory of Brunner's involvement required no skill or ability to accomplish. He had a key to the home and had threatened to beat his wife with a bat. His motive was plain, and therefore the evidence showing that Brunner's alibi was false and he was in close proximity to the crime scene that night met the Denny test. Here, Bobby's mere presence on the Avery property and 2 vague affidavits contending he had a RAV4 5 days after the victim's murder do nothing to establish any facts showing that he could have actually accomplished committing this murder and planting all the evidence in this case. The circuit court correctly determined that Avery did not plead facts in his motion that could establish Bobby's opportunity to commit the crime and stage this scene. Number 4, the circuit court properly found that Avery did not plead sufficient facts or any facts directly connecting Bobby Dassey to the perpetration of the murder. Direct connection is assessed by considering the proffered evidence in conjunction with all the other evidence to determine whether, under the totality of circumstances, the evidence suggests that a third-party perpetrator actually committed the crime, and take the defendant's theory beyond mere speculation. No bright lines can be drawn as to what constitutes a third party's direct connection to the crime, but it must be more than a connection between the third party and the crime. It requires some direct connection between the third party and the perpetration of the crime. Avery claimed that he met the direct connection prong because Sawinski claimed to have seen Bobby Dassey pushing a RAV4 on November 5th, 2005. He's wrong. Sawinski's averments that he purportedly saw Bobby and someone else pushing a RAV4 on November 5th, several days after Ms. Halbach's murder, do not provide a link between Bobby Dassey and the perpetration of the murder, nor any factual link between Bobby Dassey and any of the forensic evidence. At the most generous, the affidavits Avery submitted could establish that Bobby was involved in moving the RAV4 to the location where it was eventually found. That is nothing more than a possible connection between the third party and the crime. It provides no link at all between Bobby and the perpetration of the actual killing. And given that Sawinski and Baresh aver that they saw two people, it doesn't even connect Bobby to the crime because he wasn't in exclusive possession of whatever vehicle they saw. It also provides no connection between Bobby and any of the physical evidence, as the circuit court observed. Avery's contention that this purported sighting of Bobby pushing a vehicle means Bobby was in possession of the victim's car key and electronics is nothing more than speculation by the defendant. Sawinski never says he saw Bobby with any keys or electronics or any other of the victim's effects. In fact, that Sawinski says these individuals were pushing the vehicle suggests that they were not in possession of the keys. Meanwhile, Baresh says he saw Bobby driving the car the same night, meaning Avery's purported evidence is contradictory. And he provided no facts showing how Bobby could have planted the victim's car keys in Avery's trailer in either scenario.
But isn't
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Right. So in the first scenario, if you look at Baresh said driving the car, which means that he had to have had the key because there was no evidence that the car was hot wired or damaged in any way. In the second scenario, Sawinski said, I saw the two guys pushing the RAV, and their argument is, well, they didn't have the key.
Well, how are they going to make it around curves if they didn't have the keys and unlock the steering wheel? I mean, come on, man.
Correct. Okay. We keep going.
Excuse me. Yes. Sawinski's and Baresh's affidavits also do nothing to establish that Avery was not the killer. Even if believed, all Sawinski's evidence would show is that perhaps Bobby was involved in trying to cover up Avery's crime. That is far and away the most natural interpretation of the information imported by Sawinski and Baresh when considered in light of the existing evidence. Even assuming both that their statements are accurate and that the car Bobby was seen with was the victim's. After all, Avery recruited Brendan to help him try to cover his tracks. The same could be true about Bobby. Direct connection requires a showing that under the totality of the circumstances, the evidence suggests that a third-party perpetrator actually committed the crime. This is in Wilson. Nothing Sawinski or Baresh aver connects Bobby to the actual killing in any way.
So isn't this remarkable, guys? despite two eyewitnesses directly seeing, now remember, this is what they said, directly seeing Bobby Dassey with Teresa's RAV4, because Stephen was not able to directly prove that Bobby committed the murder, the state have turned it around to say that maybe Bobby Dassey was merely helping Stephen and Brendan to hide the evidence. Now, if they're driving the vehicle, think about it. Would have they smelt blood in the back of the RAV? Wouldn't they have seen the blood smears in the RAV? And they are purposely hiding the forensic evidence while being in the vehicle themselves and being associated with a crime. And Bobby Dassey remarking to Deidre, oh, he said that, did he? Oh, he'll stab you in the back. So where is the help from Bobby saying he would help his uncle if the two were pointing fingers at each other? Jack 61.
Well, and also in this, they brought Brendan back into it, just
Yes,
like
they did.
Judge Angie did. And then, damn, I forgot that other part is right above this. I'll think of it in a minute. But anyway, they brought Brendan into it again, and Brendan and Stephen Stroll are separate.
Oh, correct. And they never included Brendan Dassey at all in Stephen Stroll.
No, he was referred to as the other party, I think is how they did it.
Yep. So,
like Todd said, one person and one person only.
One person and one person only. So because Stephen never witnessed Bobby Dassey killing Teresa Hobart, bets are off. He's not a third party, Denny.
Right. We don't have film. We don't have anything.
Correct.
So therefore, it doesn't matter if he had possession of the car.
And the state just made the computer trivial.
Yep, irrelevant.
Redundant. Correct. Okay. Shall we continue? I think we've got a few more pages left, Jack 61.
Baresh's claims are even more generic and speculative than Sawinski's. They do not provide a description of the vehicle he purportedly saw, just that he saw a RAV4 driving south on County Road Q again 5 days after the murder. That establishes nothing, suggesting whomever was in this car killed the victim. It doesn't even plausibly establish that the victim's RAV4 is the car he saw. He gives a vague description of seeing news about the trial in 2006 or 2007 and says that's how he somehow recognized Bobby as the driver a year later, but Avery provided nothing showing that Bobby was ever on any news reports during that time. And yet Baresh cannot describe the other passenger at all, beyond somehow being 100% sure it was not Stephen Avery, though he says he knows none of the Avery or Dassey family members. As the circuit court aptly observed, the defendant's conclusory assumptions drawn from the evidence offered in the affidavits do not amount to evidence directly linking Bobby to the homicide itself, particularly when coupled with Avery's utter lack of facts establishing Bobby's motive or opportunity and nothing tying him to even a single piece of forensic evidence. Sawinski's and Baresh's averments amount to nothing. They do not even state facts that would establish that whomever they saw was actually in possession of the victim's car. It was not the only RAV4 in existence. Avery's multiple layers of conjecture piled on top of an allegation that Sawinski maybe saw Bobby and a second person pushing a car similar to the victim's at some point, while Baresh contrarily claims he saw two people driving one, do nothing to establish any facts showing a legitimate tendency that Bobby actually murdered the victim.
So notice what they've done, guys. They're now making the observations of Sawinski and Baresh trivial.
Meaningless. Didn't prove anything. Yep.
State v. Williams, upon which Avery attempts to rely and has failed to provide incorrect citation format, identifying it as an unpublished opinion, predates July 1st, 2009, and is not citable. The state does not discuss it further. In short, the tendency that Bobby committed this crime, based on what Avery has presented here, has not even entered the ballpark of legitimate. The state does not dispute that facts give meaning to other facts, but that requires Avery to have provided some actual facts on all three prongs of Denny to begin with. Avery's allegations are conjecture and speculation plugged in to unaccounted for periods of time. That is, and always has been, insufficient to meet Denny. The dearth of facts in Avery's motion necessary to establish Bobby's motive or opportunity to commit this crime and then carry out this elaborate planting scheme, along with nothing tying Bobby to perpetration of the actual killing or any of the forensic evidence, means Avery has failed to establish a legitimate tendency that Bobby was the killer. Avery thus failed to meet his pleading burden on his newly discovered evidence claim. No hearing is necessary.
Yep. So everything is trivial. They're trying to throw everything out. Yet, did you notice the argument about the lack of forensic evidence?
Yep.
They keep on bringing that up because that's a powerful point. You need some type of forensic evidence tying Bobby Dassey to the crime. They can't produce one piece of forensic evidence tying Brendan Dassey to the same crime.
That's right. So here again, right? It's the standards are not the same. Again.
Correct.
D. Even if Avery could have met the three prongs of Denny, there's no reasonable probability that presenting Avery's new defense would change the result of the trial. If the newly discovered evidence presented by a defendant would be inadmissible at a new trial, there's no way it could impact the jury's evaluation of the other evidence, and the defendant fails to meet his burden. Avery's latest attempt at a Denny defense would not be admissible, meaning there is no probability of a different result at a new trial based on it.
They're tossing it all out. So their argument is, oh yeah, there's all this stuff, but if we prevent it from a jury hearing it, then the outcome of the trial will be the same.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So if we suppress it and the jury doesn't hear it, get rid of the Bailey CD, get rid of the computer, get rid of Baresh, Sawinski, any person,
Ramlo,
get rid of any of that. Prevent it. Prevent the forensic evidence that was talked about MFL. If the jury doesn't hear all of that, oh my God, it's exactly as it was in 2007. Guilty, Your Honor.
I just try to put myself back in time of that time frame, 2005, et cetera, and try to understand if the investigation had moved forward. Sawinski calls in and says, hey, I saw X, Y, and Z, and it had actually been investigated, actually statements taken from Singlub that talked to Sawinski, and what he said, he'd basically give a deposition of the contents of their conversation. I think that things would be different. I'm sorry. I'm not saying those things would have happened, but of course, but I'm just saying, 18 years ago, the trail was much fresher and much newer, and there would have been pieces of information that probably could have been got then that are probably impossible to get now.
Correct. And all Seglob has to say is, I don't recall.
Yep.
That's all he has to say. I don't recall. I had a lot of people calling me, sending in tips. I just simply don't recall. And therefore, you can debunk Sawinski. But this has got to be the most unbelievable statement I've ever read. And can I read it again? Because
Please.
It's got my head in. if the newly discovered evidence presented by defendant would be inadmissible at a new trial, there is no way it could impact the jury's evaluation of the other evidence and the defendant fails to meet its burden.
That begs the question: what if it was admissible? You know,
Right.
That's it. They know that the jury will be thinking, "Shit, this doesn't look
Right.
good."
Right. Wait a minute. Well, but going back to Singlub,
Yeah.
now I would think that, just being me, I can't be him. If somebody called in a tip and said, "Hey, I saw a couple of guys pushing that RAV4 down Avery Road the other morning or yesterday morning, you might want to check it out," that is an attention getter. I mean, to me, it is.
Definitely. But it's sort of like saying, well, if we remove the evidence and make sure it doesn't get heard, then the outcome is going to be exactly the same. No relief granted.
Well,
So-
and then I also have to look at with the withholding of all those calls for 16 and a half years before we were able to get them. I mean, come on, man.
So
Why?
correct. So guys, they're saying if we don't give the RAV4 the blinker light and the plates to Kathleen Zellner's forensic experts to come up with new evidence or individuals who may have touched or been inside the RAV, then the jury won't get to hear it. Therefore, there's nothing to evaluate.
Right. Doesn't matter.
So therefore, let's stop her from getting any more forensic evidence. Therefore, the story and narrative is the same as 2007. Guilty. It's brilliant.
Yep.
What do people in chat think about that one? That was a beauty, that one, on the stage. We'll just make sure no one gets to hear it.
Exactly. We don't, and they did.
Yep. Okay. Shall we continue? I don't recall.
Okay. The Denny test is a 3-prong test. It never becomes a 1 or 2-prong test. If a defendant fails to make an adequate showing on any of the prongs, the third-party perpetrator evidence is inadmissible. Avery failed to meet his burden on all 3 prongs of the test. He failed to connect Bobby to the pornography or the pornography to the crime for motive. His opportunity evidence is flatly insufficient to establish that Bobby could have committed the crime or staged the crime scene, and his direct connection evidence doesn't establish a connection between Bobby and the actual killing. Accordingly, no jury would ever be presented with what Avery has submitted here, and therefore no possibility that it could affect the outcome of a new trial. Even assuming that Avery's new witness testimony was sufficient to meet the Denny, and Avery had a new trial presenting this defense instead of the police bias defense, though there is still no possibility that any jury hearing it would have a reasonable doubt about Avery's guilt. Accordingly, he could not meet the final requirement for asserting a newly discovered evidence claim. As explained above, there are far too many irreconcilable inconsistencies between Avery's allegations about Bobby Dassey and the actual evidence produced at trial. Particularly fatal would be Avery's complete failure to account for his DNA on the hood latch of the RAV4 and Miss Halbach's remains, again, including a fragment from virtually every bone in the human body being found in his burn pit, and nothing to explain how Bobby could possibly be responsible for the bullet with Miss Halbach's DNA on it being found in his garage and matched to the gun above his bed.
It's a straw man argument. It's a non-argument. It's a non-argument. But because item FL is now procedurally barred, they can now make that claim.
Yep.
Right? So they're saying we're going to prevent any of the contradictory evidence from ever reaching the ears of a new jury. Therefore, the conclusion is Avery's guilty. He can't. So, in other words, everything that was done in 2007 is regarded as the truth. We're going to prevent any of this material being presented to a new jury because because Stephen Avery can't establish a direct connection between Bobby and the murder of Teresa Halbach. Hence, he's not a third-party Denny, which means that the affidavits of Baresh and Sawinski are null and void. That's it.
Right.
Yep.
Prevent everything, and just knowing everything that we know that happened. Let's just say between the end of the trial, both trials, through, going forward the next, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17 years. Because I had to include the Manitowoc County, the 23 CDs, DVDs that, we got from Manitowoc County.
Yes.
And all the other things in between. Giving away the cremains in 2011 to wherever the hell they went. Gone. And so many other things too.
So
my mind.
you can see here that Kathleen Zellner may likely lose because of technicality, legal technicalities.
I agree.
That's it. Not because someone else didn't commit this crime and was involved in planting.
Yep.
Because of a technicality saying, no. Because you haven't satisfied all the Denny prongs, we're throwing all this out. Top to bottom. Out.
Yep.
Moreover, the state would negate whatever little credibility Sawinski and Baresh had on the stand. It could easily impeach Sawinski with the glaring inconsistencies between his latest story and Sawinski's prior statements Avery submitted previously. The information Sawinski initially provided to counsel does not at all match what his affidavits now say about what or who he observed when he observed them, who he spoke to at the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office, and what their response was. And in fact, Sawinski's original information to current defense counsel would have eliminated Bobby Dassey as a suspect because Bobby was at work during the time frame Sawinski gave. Sawinski's account changed drastically after somehow having his memory refreshed by counsel and her investigators, with no documentation that would show how this memory refreshment could have been achieved. That sounds familiar. And this second person he purportedly saw has never been identified, meaning Sawinski's information could not have even actually point to Bobby as the perpetrator. Baresh's generic claims suffer similar failings, in particular his failure to explain why he did not bring this information to any of Avery's attorneys until nearly 20 years after the murder and after Avery's latest attorney put up a $100,000 bounty for purported witnesses.
So
Wow.
it's interesting. There's two points here. Because neither Sawinski or Baresh were able to identify the other male, they're saying that potentially the other identified male could have committed the crime, the murder, and the planting. Because Stephen Avery wasn't able to identify who this other third-party person was, all bets are off. The fact that he was actually next to Bobby Dassey makes no difference. You can't do a direct link between Bobby and the murder of Teresa Halbach. It could have been the person who was unnamed, right? Now, they're saying, Baresh suddenly came forward because Kathleen Zellner put up the $100,000 reward. So that means that any crime that's solved from now on because the state or somebody puts up a reward, what are you going to do now? Discount it?
Right.
Because you're potentially corrupting someone's memory and recollections, and they're motivated by the money. Even though Sawinski said,
I don't want the money.
I don't want the money, give it to the Horbach family.
Right.
Right? So
Yep.
how many times in crimes, Jack 61 and guys, is money offered to see if anyone can step forward? Think about
it happens all the time. All the time.
Yep. Think about this. Would you want to be involved in this case?
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
No.
Can't pay me.
No. If you saw something, would you come forward, considering the attitude that the judges and law enforcement have in this case in respect to Stephen Avery? Would you put yourself out there and come forward?
I'd have to think about it long and hard. I don't know about everybody else, but I would have to think about it long and hard.
Which begs the question, guys, why did Bobby?
Right.
Why did Bobby?
Right.
Right? Why did Bobby say, I saw Teresa? Why didn't he just simply say, no, I was in the shower. I didn't see anything. Is it because he left? Is it because if he never said what he said, the police would have gone, your uncle said Teresa came and left at this time. Oh, you left at exactly the same time.
You left too, yeah.
And didn't you go hunting? Did you have weapons? Oh, Teresa's missing. Right? So can you see that Bobby had no choice but to come forward?
Yeah, they also made a big screw up in this last passage too, Doc. They said that Bobby was at work. He was not.
No, he wasn't. But the argument is this: when Sawinski originally said, remember I showed you the emails. He gave a range of times. He wasn't 100% sure until until he sat down with Kathleen Zona to bet it out. Okay, when did this happen? So in other words, Kathleen Zona was able to work out exactly when Sawinski saw the two guys pushing the RAV4. So Zona would have asked questions like, well, that same day, did you take your son to school? Oh, no. Oh, so was it likely the Saturday morning? Yes, it had to have been. So he told his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, exactly what he had seen, right? And he phoned the MTSO on the 6th, one day after. He spoke to Seglob, right? So it's not that his memory suddenly became refreshed. He made the call. That's
right.
That's
right. That's the difference right there.
Right. So we continue.
Okay. Avery's new defense would essentially be just asking the jury to ignore the evidence introduced against him. When presented with the common sense explanation that the evidence was located where it was because Avery shot and killed the victim after luring her to the property and unsuccessfully attempting to hide the evidence of his crime, versus Avery's attempt to paint the then teenage Bobby as a porn-obsessed, scientifically savvy, and extraordinarily stealthy criminal mastermind who inexplicably wanted to frame his uncle. No one would have a reasonable doubt about Avery's guilt. Courts may permissibly find, as a matter of law, that no reasonable jury could determine that the third-party perpetrator perpetrated the crime in light of overwhelming evidence that he or she did not. Here, overwhelming evidence that Bobby did not commit this crime exists in the utter absence of any facts tying him to the actual killing or to even a single piece of forensic evidence. Jurors
that so angers me. Did you see what they're repeating? The same crap. Hey, there's no forensic evidence tying Bobby Dassey. What are you talking about? They crucified a 16-year-old kid under the same mantra. They put him in prison, Brendan Dassey, for life under the same conditions. And now they're countering that argument, flipping it around and saying, you can't point a finger at Bobby Dassey. I'll read it out again. Here, overwhelming evidence that Bobby did not commit this crime exists in the utter absence of any facts tying him to the actual killing or to even a single piece of forensic evidence.
There you go.
They've done it. They've repeated the same thing about 4 or 5 times.
Right.
And his brother, Bobby's brother, is sitting in prison for life using the same criteria.
That's right. Same standard.
Where's the justice in that, guys?
There is none. 180 degrees flipped.
Correct. And that's what angers me.
Jurors are instructed to use their common sense when reaching a verdict, that the arguments of the attorneys are not evidence, and that trial is a search for the truth. Any reasonable juror being asked to search for the truth in this murder trial would reject Avery's absurd new defense without fail. E. Avery's claim that the circuit court's factual findings are unsupported by the evidence is false, and 2 mistakes the court made are immaterial. Finally, Avery takes issue with the several bits of minutia that he contends the court got wrong about the record. He has misunderstood the record for most of them, and he fails to show that any of them matter. Avery's complaint that the circuit court once referenced Brian Dassey instead of Bobby Dassey is trivial. That was plainly a typographical error by the court. Moreover, the circuit court was correct that only a very small number of the searches Avery claims only Bobby could have been responsible for took place before the murder occurred. As explained, the evidence Avery submitted showed only 3 searches taking place between 7 a.m. and 3:45 p.m. on a weekday before the murder occurred. He now claims that it was error on the part of the circuit court to so find, but he points only to McCrary's affidavit referencing the September 18, 2005 searches as support, and that affidavit offers no actual evidence about who conducted the searches, nor showing that they're all related to this crime. And again, September 18, 2005 was a Sunday. Anyone could have performed these searches. Avery next claims there is no evidence that Miss Halbach was murdered on October 31st, 2005, and that the circuit court got that wrong. That is absurd. The vast wealth of evidence introduced at the 5-week jury trial at which he was convicted of committing this murder plainly shows otherwise. Next, Avery complains that the circuit court erred in stating that some of the victim's bones were found in his burn barrel. True, but immaterial. Miss Halbach's electronics were found in Avery's burn barrel. Her remains were found in multiple locations, but the primary site was Avery's burn pit, proved by the forensic anthropologist who found at least one fragment from nearly every bone in the human body within it, as the circuit court correctly observed. The 40 to 60% of the bones comprising the complete skeleton to which Avery refers was the expert's testimony that about half of the total skeleton was destroyed in the fire. In other words, parts of each bone were destroyed, but parts of each remained.
All right. How can you have a bone in the same fire, the same combustion event from the one victim, and only that part of the bone remains, but the rest got turned to ash and vaporized?
Yeah, I can't work that one out. That's when Sheree read that, I was like, huh? How'd that work?
Right?
Why wouldn't it all be consumed?
Correct. So what they're saying is this. Hell, 40 to 60% of the skeletal remains, we can't find them. Where are they? Oh, they're vaporized. They've
Right.
turned to ash.
He must have had, 2,500, 3,000 degree fire going and vaporized them. Okay, then why do you have anything left at all?
Correct. But in the same combustion event, we have desiccated muscle tissue that survived.
Somehow. That's amazing.
Yep.
It was a very uneven fire.
It was an uneven fire. The burn pit was small, was 4 foot by 5 foot. Right? So how can you have this differentiation of bone turning to ash and disappearing to bone fragments with cut marks surviving, and item BZ surviving, and no one saw it until it was found days later by looking at the tarp? How did that material go through mesh?
Can't work that one out either, Doc. Can't work that one out.
But notice that only the court is allowed this luxury of complete, utter bullshit, but no one else can. No one else can give an alternative explanation. And you notice they've avoided talking about the cremains in younger burn barrel number 2. They've completely avoided talking about the Manitowoc County gravel pit and the hits by the dogs. Completely. And also Mickle's Quarry, anything about Cuss Road, nothing. So these guys are cherry picking on what to include and what to exclude. And they're blaming Stephen for everything.
Well, of course, everything's his fault.
Yep.
He did it, according to them.
Correct. Okay, let's continue.
And the jury was not unconvinced that Miss Halbach was burned by Avery in his burn pit because he was acquitted of mutilation of Miss Halbach's body. A judgment of acquittal is not proof of innocence. It is a judgment that the state didn't meet its burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt each element of the crime. Given that the common definition of mutilate is to cut up or alter radically, it is not surprising that the jury acquitted on this count. The state could not provide evidence of what state Ms. Halbach's remains were in the pit when Avery put her body in the fire because so little remained intact. That does not mean that Avery did not burn Ms. Halbach's remains in his burn pit.
We're talking about two different things here. We're talking about mutilation of a corpse and finding some cremains in the burn pit. And what is interesting is that Sturdivant, I think, Pevito, I think it was Pevito, was asked about remember how they found the cranial bone fragments intermesh with the wire? Yeah. They asked him, could you determine whether this was just simply someone dumping the bones in the burn pit? And he goes, no, you can't tell the difference.
Of course not.
Right? So someone easily could have got a bucket and just tipped them in and just walked away. You can't tell the difference, right? So now you've got this very interesting situation whereby the court just argued, of course, Stephen wasn't found guilty of mutilation of a corpse. The state couldn't prove it. And Brendan Dassey got convicted of mutilation of a corpse.
Well, they've also forgot about the bones with the cut and hesitation marks as well.
Correct. So they must have known the state of Teresa Halbach's body. She was dismembered.
Absolutely.
Exactly what Robert Durst did to Morris Black. Neville, right. Any comments? Or maybe Neville's not there. I'm not sure. She's multitasking. But yeah, to say exactly the same thing. Yet, when they asked Brendan to draw how him and his uncle placed Teresa on the fire, what did he draw, Jack 61? Teresa was?
What did Brendan draw?
Yeah. Teresa was
Oh,
attacked
oh,
whole.
Oh,
whole. Yeah, on the fire. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah,
Not
correct.
cut.
No, not cut. Okay. Shall we continue?
okay. There was no error in relying in part on Brendan Dassey's confession to reject Avery's purported Denny defense. The fact that Brendan both confessed and implicated Avery is part of the record, and Brendan was convicted of this crime regardless of the fact that he wasn't forensically linked to it. It's a fact. Did you want to say something?
I was going to say, they just. Let me just read let me just remember what they said about Bobby Dassey, right? No forensic evidence, no link. Look at this. The fact that Brendan both confessed, so words, and implicated Avery, words, is part of the record, even though Brendan Dassey lost 4-3 with the final en banc, so it wasn't a 7-0 sweep, and he won twice with Judge Duffin and the first en banc hearing, right, is part of the record. And Brendan was convicted of this crime regardless of the fact that he wasn't forensically linked to it. And these guys just argued for 42 pages that you can't convict Bobby Dassey. There's no forensic evidence linking him to the crime.
Exactly.
Oh my God. It's here in black and white.
Yep.
So one brother, life in prison, even though he can't be forensically linked. The other brother, Bobby, what are you talking about? You can't link him to the crime.
No forensics. What are you
No
guys trying to do? Yeah.
What are you guys are dreaming. Did anyone see Brendan Dassey driving or pushing the RAV? No.
Nope.
Did anybody see Brendan Dassey looking up pornography?
Nope.
No. But even though you've got two eyewitnesses who saw Bobby Dassey in and pushing the RAV, the argument by the court is trivial. Yet not one of them thought, shit, we've just contradicted ourselves with Brendan.
No, they're trying to sway this with word salad here.
No one. We hope no one notices it.
It sticks out pretty hard to me. I know it does to everyone else too.
Just said it right there. I'll repeat it. Regardless of the fact that he wasn't forensically linked to it, which is using the quote of Carl Sagan. So for one brother, it applied. For the other brother, they flipped it. It doesn't apply. Even though two people saw Bobby hands-on or in the RAV4, their argument is, you can't link him to the crime. You got nothing.
it is a fact. Oh, am I ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a fact Avery must account for to show a legitimate tendency Bobby committed the crime, no matter whether the state introduced it at the last trial, and Avery failed to provide any facts explaining why or how Bobby could be responsible for Brendan's confession. Avery failed to show that the circuit court committed any factual errors about his failure to provide any actual evidence in his motion on the three prongs of Denny, and he fails to show how any of the purported errors of which he complains make any difference to its finding that he did not meet them. The circuit court properly denied Avery's insufficiently pled motion without a hearing.
Can I read the last bit? Conclusion. This court should affirm the circuit court.
Oh, I missed that part.
We done
It's
it.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. So are there any final comments, guys?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of comments that people have been chatting and talking, having their own conversations. But we do have a few questions and comments that I've highlighted along the way, and I'll pop them up and I'll read them out here. Why did Stephen settle for like 300,000? Well, it was 400,000, but anyway, I find it hard to believe that some lawyer wasn't willing to float the early cost and fight for a higher settlement. Well, Doc and everybody can have their say, but I think that at that point in time he was pretty desperate to get a private lawyer, and I think Glenn and Kelly encouraged that notion that he just needs to settle and move on.
Yeah, 100% agree. If you watch the Jinx, you'll understand the importance of money, and a lot of money, to hire the very, very best. Now, Avery was going through a civil suit. Could you imagine him arguing in his civil suit? Look, Judge, I deserve $36 million. Oh, by the way, I've just been accused of murder. How much money do you think Stephen Avery would have got? Probably zero, right? Because it's up to the judge to determine what the payout will be, right? So Stephen needed money to hire attorneys to clear his name. So if Stephen was successful to say, Judge, I had nothing to do with what happened to Teresa, then he could continue his civil suit. You understand? So, okay, let's sort this out. Let's clear it out. Then we'll continue with the civil suit. But he didn't have access to hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend himself.
Yeah, right? I think it was a huge mistake by Glenn and Kelly by canceling the November 9th depositions or 10th with Kasoric. They should have pushed forward. Avery could have still attended the deposition, even though he had been arrested for the gun charge. I think it was a major, major blunder.
Correct, but I think his attorneys put two and two together at Jack 61.
I think they were worried about his safety. Personally,
yep, they knew that it would have only been a matter of time that he was going to get charged with murder. As soon as that key, remember how they found the key?
Yeah.
Then the other material was only a matter of time. And there's nothing that they could do. Their mind was focused on Stephen and what was going to happen to him. Right?
I agree.
Because remember when he got arrested, they said, "Where is he?" We don't know. So he couldn't even get access to his own attorneys.
Oh yeah, they played keep away for 7 or 8 hours with him. All afternoon. So
correct.
All right, next question. We pop that on. Do that. From Clive. Okay, then what about the flyover which revealed that the RAV4 was not on Avery salvage yard on 11/4/2005? Do these arseholes think we're stupid as they are?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes. I've had some very interesting discussions with Mr. Kratz on X, and I'm not doing it anymore. I've stopped. I'm not going to continue the utter bullshit that I'm hearing from Kratz. And their argument is, if you can't show the evidence that it wasn't, then you got nothing. So their argument is this.
Well, it's circular.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, but the video goes up to that point and then just cuts. Therefore, how do you know that the next frame wouldn't have shown the RAV4? So that's their legal argument. So you go, wait a minute, I've got a couple of stills that show the RAV4 should be right here between those vehicles. Remember how I drew the picture, put up the frames? It's not there. No. I also show from the air, you fly over the southeast corner, you see a direct lane, right? They would have seen a double parked car. They never did. But the legal argument, Kratz wins.
Of course he does, because
the argument is, the argument is, no, it wasn't edited. What do you mean it was edited? That's the real deal. That's called the truth. Therefore, you can't say there wasn't a RAV4 there. That's their argument.
Right.
That's how it works. Correct.
All righty. Next question is from Ronica. You pop that on and do that. Ronica says, even if the state doesn't think this warrants an evidentiary hearing, can't this go through to an appeal court? Well, this is the appeals court. Well, I mean, this is the reply to the appeals court to Zellner's brief. So it is at the appeals court, Court of Appeals. That's where this is at.
Correct.
Okay. Next question is from Crockett. Crockett says, what about withholding Sawinski's phone call to dispatch 6 November 2005? Is this not a Brady? Well, I think it is, but I can't argue it legally. I know all the calls were asked for years ago, over a decade ago, and this just got produced in early of 2022.
Correct. Yep, correct. To me, it is a Brady violation because not all the material was given to Strang and Buting. But then again, and neither was the Valey CD. Their argument was it wasn't a Brady violation, and you know why it wasn't? Because they gave them the raw data. The fact that Strang and Buting believed Mr. Kratz, it's your problem, Strang and Buting, for believing Mr. Kratz. You should have hired. Yep, you should have hired a computer guru a couple of weeks before the start of the trial to analyze the 7 DVDs. Oh, but we did that already, but we're not going to hand you over the report.
Right. You can't have it.
No Brady violation.
Exactly.
Yep.
All righty. Next question. Let me undo that. From Clive. Why is their job? Why is it their a governing body of judges that have the power to overturn these miscarriages of justice, like internal affairs investigation, corrupt cops? They're trying to pass an integrity unit in Wisconsin. I know that's been, and I don't know how broad that is, but that's where you take it to the next level up. You take it. If you fail at one court, you go to the higher court, and then eventually, you run the gamut to the Supreme Court of that state. And if that doesn't work, you appeal to whatever division circuit court, which would be the 7th Circuit, and hopefully you can get other judges to prevail in your favor.
I remember that's what Mark Hodnott said a long time ago, that's what one of the many failures is the safety switch is not working here. That the appeal courts and other are supposed to be that safety switch, and they failed.
I agree. And there's so many intricacies of law. I'm sure every state has their version of whatever that allow these escape hatches. I call them. It's like the en banc. I call that an escape hatch. And again, I just don't like it. I don't like the way the legal system has these trap doors. And here you have the state controlling the bulk of the evidence. It's been in their control. It just the balance of the scale to me is just leaned way too far to one side. I agree there should be, Clive.
It's heavily in favor of the state.
Yes.
And it's heavily in favor of protection of the verdicts at all costs. Otherwise, you have a domino effect and everything will blow out. So there will never be a proper decision. People will continually argue that they want a retrial or an appeal, and it will just keep on going. The state want to shut that down.
Finality.
You had your day in court, you lost, accept it. Except, what did Brad Schimmel do with Brendan? He didn't accept the decision of the judge, of the 3-court panel, until it went to the full 7, and then he got his answer that he wanted. They stopped.
That's right.
Yep.
All right. Next question is from Ronica. Let me turn this one off. But isn't this a judge making this decision for not to have an evidentiary? No, this is Josh Call. He's the AG, and Lisa Comfer is an AAG. This is their reply to Zellner to the Court of Appeals.
She has a question, right, that she just posted that's related to that, I think. So if you want to.
Yeah, I'll grab it after we finish the rest of these.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, I can probably get over to it. This last one? Okay. I'm sorry, but if this case is at the appellate court, why is Judge Angie? It's not. They're just referencing what she said, what Judge Angie said in her reply, because the new judge hasn't done anything with the case yet. All they have to work off of is Judge Angie's reply.
Correct.
Hopefully that clears that up. Okay, next question is from Clive. If the new judge allows KC an evidentiary hearing, can the state and the politicians in Wisconsin force the judge to comply to the state's narrative? I would not put it past him. I guess pressure can come from all sorts of angles. I don't know, Clive. Don't know this new judge at all. Don't know anything about them other than that they're a pretty new judge. That's all I really know.
To me, if I could just make the comment, it would be political suicide to allow Kathleen Zorn an evidentiary hearing. Political suicide.
Yeah.
They want to shut that door. They do not want her in front of a judge. They do not want Kathleen Zorner's experts anywhere near the forensic evidence. Nothing. They don't want to open that door. They don't want to open Pandora's box. IDMFL did enough damage. They had to get rid of IDMFL. So you can imagine if she had access to the RAV, the plates, and the blinker light with the DNA technology that's available today, that's much more sensitive. It may give a picture that nobody wants to hear.
Yep, I agree. All right, another question from Clive. If Sawinski's evidence is true, I don't want to offend Barb T. Bobby is involved in some capacity. Well, I think we all feel that way. You know, it's we don't want to offend anyone. We're just presenting the information we have. As we sit here today, Bobby is innocent of anything.
100%.
He's not been charged. He's not been charged with anything. He is innocent, and we have to drive that path. So don't forget, just because we're talking about it, that's not an opinion from any of us of our thoughts. We're just reporting what's in the documents. So
we've never done a podcast saying Bobby Dassey is guilty.
Never.
Never. We've read material from others, what others have thought. We've given our commentary, etc., etc. But we're not that type of group.
No.
We present the material, or we discuss it, and we give our opinions. And you have your own opinions, which are just as valid as ours. But that's I understand what Clive is saying. Clive is saying, why on earth would Bobby Dassey even be associated with the RAV4 if he wasn't involved further? That's what I think Clive is implicating, and that makes perfect sense. Why would Bobby, knowing full well that law enforcement are looking for Teresa, looking for the RAV4, why would he be in the RAV4 or pushing it? Makes no sense.
Exactly.
Correct.
All right, next question is from Colette M. Hi, Colette. Did law enforcement dust the keyboard for fingerprints to see who was tapping on their last? No. Okay, next question from Clive. If Bobby only did 3 searches on the family computer, why in the hell did Fassbender hold the CDs for 12 years if Bobby's searches were not serious? That's a hell of a damn good question, right?
Yep. It's because they had no idea. They had no idea who had done the searches, but they knew that Bobby Dassey, the computer was in Bobby Dassey's room. right? So hence the defense could have argued, what are all these searches doing on this computer? And Bobby, aren't you normally at home between these time points? And Bobby even admitted, I was the only one there on October the 31st, right? So potentially if they could pinpoint any searches of that nefarious material to Bobby, it's not going to look good in court because it potentially could impeach Bobby Dassey as a witness, saying, well, he's only pointing to his uncle because he's guilty himself or is a co-conspirator. So best to keep that away. And that's exactly what they did.
Well, and another thing, and I'll bet you about it again and we'll move on, but, they saw, Fassbender and Wiegert had to have seen this material on May 12th, 2006. And why wasn't an investigation opened immediately? They had to see what was on there.
Yes, even the underage boy. Even the
That's
underage
right.
boy.
That's right.
Yeah.
At minimum, go and have a conversation. Even if you're not going to arrest anyone for doing anything. What are you guys doing? Who did all this stuff, guys? You got to tell the truth here. That didn't happen. Anyway,
But what is mind blowing though at Jack 61? When Deirdre went to speak to Bobby in 2017, did you do any pornography? Oh, might have seen a little bit, but nah. Brendan and Blaine, they were the main users. Oh, okay. That's it.
Right.
That inner investigation.
Yep.
That's done.
That's right. Okay, Veronica Black. I'm sorry, but I thought I posted this, but what were the searches done on the spring break because Brendan and Stephen were already arrested? You want to tell that, Doc?
Well, like I said, something we haven't really talked much about. It involves Blaine.
Yeah.
And the state knows exactly what searches were done and who potentially could have done the searches. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but Blaine suffered from hives. And we know there are telephone calls where he talks to Stephen, actually, but the fact that he had scratches and itching, he had hives. And in the middle of some very nasty porn searches was the word hives. And it could potentially have been Blaine looking up the word hives, getting pictures of what hives are, etc., etc. Right bang smack in the middle of some very nasty pornographic searches. And a couple of podcasts ago, I showed that Michael Corneely had been arrested for child sex charges and grooming young boys. I think it was Jack 61. For solicitation of sex. One of Michael Corneely's victims was none other than, do you want to say it, Jack 61?
Well, we've been talking about it. There's records that we've never published and never will. But, that was Blaine's boss. So you guys can put
two and two together.
Yeah, put it together as you will.
Yep. So the importance of that is you can't attribute those porn searches to just Bobby Dassey.
No.
Right? Blaine Dassey was right in the middle of it. And if you notice the response by Kufa and Cole, they mention one person a lot. That was Blaine.
That's
and
right.
That's done deliberately.
Absolutely.
That's done deliberately. Correct.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cruel too, all things considered. Anyway.
Yep.
All right. Clive has got another question. We've only got a few left here. Clive says, I wonder if the new judge has the balls to defy the state of Wisconsin and grant the evidentiary hearing. Well, that's a good question. I can't answer it.
I think you will. I think you will.
Well, I think you will too, but it's gonna take some pretty big cojones.
He'll get a lot of blowback, but I think he will. because I think my understanding is that he wants to put this to an end.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
sorry, Jax, this one. Continue.
I was just going to say, he's probably been taught, like all the other judges, finality. We've said it 100 times tonight, but that's what they're looking for. So
100% correct. But having said that, remember what happened to Kathleen Zona in the Ryan Ferguson case, which they had an appeal process. Yet, I think it was 2 key material witnesses that
Yes.
admitted they lied,
yes,
and the judge still rejected it.
yep,
So, put it this way, even if Kathleen Zona has an evidentiary hearing, the judge may still say, I'm not convinced.
not convinced. It didn't work.
Which is what happened to Stephen in 1996 with Judge Hazelwood with the DNA results. I'm
That's
not
right.
convinced. Correct.
Just because she was to get an evidence hearing, there's no guarantees there. I mean, you
No.
just never know what's going to happen in the hearing. You just don't know.
No, correct.
All right, last question, and this is actually more of a comment that I saw, and for those out there, while we were reading and I was scrolling, I tried to grab every question. I tried to scroll up and grab every question. If I missed your question, I apologize. Anyway, from something to talk about, what are these judges thinking? They can look at the evidence and it's obvious what has happened. Are they crazy or what is wrong with these people? I don't get it. Yeah, well, we don't either.
Well, the answer is pretty simple. Can you legally argue it away? If you can, you win. It doesn't matter how damning it looks. If you can legally argue it as an alternative or find an alternative explanation, you're done. You win. Because when you look at the Denny prongs, there are so many Denny prongs. All you got to do is knock over one. Bobby Dassey is eliminated. If you eliminate Bobby Dassey as a third-party Denny, Sawinski, Baresh,
Doesn't matter.
and anybody else,
Throw it out.
thrown out, completely thrown out.
Yep. She would have to. She would have to come at it at another angle.
Correct.
So, and again, we talked about it earlier. Hold on a second. The state has gotten off on a technicality because of the procedural bar. That doesn't mean that what Zellner's experts have brought to us and brought to the court isn't true. It just means that it can't be presented in court, at least not yet. So, well, I had not read this personally. You had told us that it was really bad, and I gotta say, Doc, you're right. It's pretty terrible. Regurgitated a lot of what Judge Angie said, bringing in Brendan, talk about Blaine a lot, which was really bad in my opinion. But yeah, pretty bad.
Correct. But they did what Call and Kunfa did. It was within their rights to do, and they did.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you leave, I'm not an attorney, or I don't have any legal expertise, but I see it time and time again. You leave a tiny crack, they'll drive a bus through it. That's exactly what they did.
Yep.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it was Kathleen Zona or anybody else.
That's right.
That's exactly what they'll use. And there is a potential weakness in the argument, because Stephen Avery could not directly say, I saw, or I have a witness that saw Bobby Dassey commit this murder, which means you can't directly link him to the murder, even though you could potentially directly link him to the key and Teresa's RAV4. The argument is, well, it could have been another RAV4. Or we can blame the unknown person that Stephen wasn't able to name.
Right. The unindicted co-conspirator.
The unindicted co-conspirator.
Yep.
Correct.
That's right. Well, again, that goes into another one of these little trap doors that these
Yes.
lawyers use. That I just anyway, I'm not going to go on it.
Well, I'm not going to talk about it very much, but Jack 61, you've heard the latest arguments that Mr. Kratz is referring to regarding sex crime detection kit done back in 1985.
Oh yes.
Just blew my mind.
Mine too.
Has alleged.
It's like him and Couchet had a conversation.
Yep. And also Peterson. Yep. That's all I'm going to say. But look, guys, I hope that everyone enjoyed the podcast and our analysis of the brief response. As you can see, it is a beautiful bookend to the chapter that we've just done in reading through. And again, thank you so much for your support. If you've enjoyed the podcast and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe and put your DNA in the thumbs up button. That really helps us. And share our podcast. Thank you so much. Jack 61.
Yeah, just before we wrap up, appreciate everyone sticking around for, we've been here almost 4.5 hours, Doc.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yep. But tomorrow for the open mic, I actually forgot last night, but we're going to finish the depositions. Gene Couchet is up to bat. Speaking of how something kind of just falls in place, been talking so much about him and around him on Twitter, but we're going to finish the depositions. That's at 5 Central tomorrow for those that are interested in the depositions. We're going to be done with it, and we'll push off into who knows somewhere else. So join us if you can. Really appreciate it, and thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Not sure if anybody else has anything, Doc.
Any other comments, guys? Cherie, Neverly?
It was infuriating, but interesting. So thank you.
Very infuriating.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Neverly's around. So anyway, I will end it here. Thanks again, everyone. And this has been a Foul Play production.